Hello.
Hello, Jack.
It appears we've been stream cucked. Don't know who by. Don't really care either, because basically I'm just having a chat with you on a video call. That's the way I see it. Good evening, Ams. Good evening, Toffee. Hope you guys are all right. How are you, man?
Yeah, I've got my
Danger Boy. Is it Danger Boy?
Has to be, doesn't it?
Has to be. He's the cucker in chief, isn't he? He wouldn't know though. Oh, I haven't told him. He doesn't know that I even stream off my channel, so
I didn't see any warnings of his come up to sort of like let me know.
Yeah,
but
it is. Yeah. So it doesn't matter really. Really doesn't matter. Because I'm not asking for any viewers, so it's all good. So how you been, man? Like we were talking about spices earlier, weren't we? Because I had something come into my head where I was just lying there, and this is what happens to me. I was like, right, some people call it paprika, some people call it paprika. And Lumi's here for us. There you go. Now he's an OG. So if we can get one OG, if I can get one OG,
Charlie's in there.
I can get two OGs. If we can get two OGs in, I'm happy.
Oh, hello, Toffee.
Ams and Toffee. I believe they're moving in together. I think something about him moving to Finland and moving into an igloo, and her making him cheese and ham toasties all day to keep him warm or something. And he's going to trade in his staffies for huskies. That's what I'm hearing on the grapevine, anyway. So yeah, spices. And you said you call it paprika.
Yeah.
Now
I think that's from where we go out to Spain and places like that. They seem to say paprika. No, maybe I'm wrong.
Now, as spices go, I quite like paprika.
Oh, I do. It's one of my favourites.
And I'd put it on things that maybe doesn't really qualify for paprika.
Yeah. I did today. I put it on my cockles. I always get my cockles on a Wednesday.
Cockles.
Yeah, and then I have them on Thursday.
Evening, ugly truth. I used to love cockles, but they've got to be fresh out of like a plastic bag, a white plastic bag. None of this in a jar, in the pub. It's been up on the shelf for 3 years.
The ones out of the tin, they're no good. No.
Yeah,
no, they're reasonably fresh. I mean, the guy.
So my old man used to write songs, okay, and they're all sort of loosely based around his childhood and his time in the Merchant Navy. And one of them was called the Winkle Man, because on a Sunday you get the horse and cart coming up the cobbled streets in South Street in Greenwich. Cockles, winkles, all fresh for you, you know. And they go out and go, I'll have a pint of prawns, wouldn't it? Have a pint of prawns. And there's none of this like straight into the pan. You had to sit there and take their fucking beady eyes out. And
my name used to love the Wilks. She's called Wilks, not Welks. Wilks.
What about Winkles? Well, you get the pin.
And Winkles with a little pin. That's it.
Yeah,
that's it.
Get the pin out. Yeah. See, that was peasant food. That was poor man's food. Like oysters have done this 180, haven't they? Where they've become a hoity-toity food. Whereas before, if you go back to like the Roman times and stuff, and they find like the basic. What do they call the bins, the ditches? There's a name for them, isn't there?
What where
the household rubbish went? They'd find oyster shells everywhere.
You had the hounds ditches, didn't you? Like around London, you had the hounds ditch. You had all these different ditches around London, and they were all full of them shells. So yeah, they would have done.
Yeah. So Toffee, there's no like Scouse equivalent to like the Cockney sort of Cockney's Winkles, or is it Cockney's Winkles?
They have beaches on that side of the country where the tide sort of runs out that far, because all the other ones I seem to know are on sort of my side. I'd say the sort of Norfolk.
Do you remember the old China cockle pickers that got fucking stranded in Morecambe?
Yeah, well, Morecambe's
remember that story?
Morecambe's on the. Is it on the?
I think that's on the east, isn't it?
Morecambe. Yeah. Was it East Coast? Yeah. So like wherever you get like the tide really sort of go out into the North Sea.
Real, you get the, like a mile, 2 long mile beach, like kind of
The
thing.
South End and all that sort of area, and Malden and all those places, the sort of like muddy banks. Whereas on the other side, I don't really know. I think you get them in Wales, do you not? You know, the Welsh have them coming up the river mouth, don't they?
Yeah. What the Bristol Channel?
Bristol Channel, yeah. I don't know what theirs are like. I've never eaten them, but
Toffee says the River Mersey runs through Liverpool because if it didn't, it would get stolen.
What was called Doggerland.
Yeah, I know. No.
Is she walking around in the background giving us some shellfish facts?
Yes.
Yes, I like that. What a missing you've got, eh?
I know a bit of
hello, my lovely. Yeah,
I'm not shellfish, you know.
Now, see, I think lobster as well used to be like your poor man food. It wasn't this, you know.
I don't know where. I mean, I think the lobsters are more sort of further out, aren't they? Where they seem to drag those in. I don't know.
Well, you got to get the pots, haven't you? You got to get the pots out for the lobsters.
That's right.
Yeah. But do you remember? Did you ever used to go crabbing when you were younger?
Yeah.
You get that little bit of plastic with a green twine on it, and put a bit of ragworm on it.
And when he got older as well.
We still do. If we go down the seaside any time, like there's rocks. I can't get her out the rock pools. She loves it.
But rock pools are fascinating.
Turning them all over, and the little things all come running out.
Yeah. I love all that stuff. That's us, isn't it? It's our culture. It's our ancestry.
Yeah,
that stuff, you know.
Scavengers.
Scavengers. Yeah, get what we can bloody eat. Yeah, you're right there. So paprika and cockles, yeah. They're already set in like a vinegar, aren't they? Or is it just?
I put the malt vinegar on them and a bit of pepper, a bit of white pepper, and then
it's got to be white pepper. Now,
you can't use
brown
pepper.
Right, this is a bit controversial.
Mm-hmm.
What pepper for a bacon sandwich? Just a straight up bacon sandwich, cheap as you like, white bread, buttered. So when you pick it up, the butter runs off your elbow.
Why would you put pepper?
I don't usually put pepper on them, but
it's got to be white pepper. No sweet, no sugary fucking tomato sauce. Just white pepper on a bit of that. Try that. Yeah, that was my dad's sandwich, a bacon sandwich with white pepper on. Black pepper for more, for more like Italian fodder. Quite like that on Italian stuff.
Yeah, they go on a bit of tagliatelle and stuff like that.
Did anyone have sugar sandwiches as a kid?
Sugar sandwiches, golden syrup sandwiches.
Oh yeah. Desiccated coconut on toast.
No, not desiccated coconut. No, we were on the dole. I was talking to Al Mack about that last week. Like for about the first 5 years of my life, my Sunday roast was a Bernard Matthews, one of them lumps of unidentifiable meat.
A genocide bird, yeah.
Yeah. It's like, what is it? I don't know. Elephant leg?
I've only ever had one of them once. I don't think I'll bother again. Yeah, it's horrible, isn't it?
That's nice on a bacon sandwich.
Oh, she's got bacon flavoured tomato ketchup.
Baconate. But yeah, I've seen all that now. But this. Listen, I know the quote: "Man-made horrors beyond your comprehension." And I think we're getting there with the sauces, aren't we?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So I got a bottle of something special in. Now I know we're gonna have I know we're not gonna have many viewers tonight, right? And I know you're not drinking tonight, even though you might pour yourself a bourbon in a bit just to loosen the tongue. But I got myself something special, knowing that I was going to be on a little stream with you tonight, chatting bollocks for an hour or two. All right.
And what you got?
You want to see what I got?
There you go.
Toffee, like this.
Fast.
No.
Yeah.
Last time I had that. I know we met a lot of Scottish people once, and they made it into jellies. You know, there's great big slabs of it. Yeah. And they were eating them as well as drinking it.
You said you almost went Scottish then. You said giant big slabs of it.
Well, big chunk of my family. Well, big chunk of some of my family.
Toffee. Not only is it 15%, And I don't know if it's always been caffeinated, but it's caffeinated to fuck as well. So this is why the Irish and the Scottish love it, because they can stay up all night fucking drinking and doing their deep fried heroin.
Is it fortified? Is it a fortified?
It's a fortified wine, yes. Let me read you what I can from it. It's a red wine based aperitif. So I need aperitif. High caffeine content, 30 milligrams per 100 ml. Not recommended for children or pregnant or breastfeeding women. So I'm neither of that. So I'm going to. I think it means it's recommended.
Yeah.
If it's
go for it.
Right. So let's. Oh, blimey! It's browner than I remember.
So you've not done that for a while.
Up here, they actually call it wine. They call that wine.
Yeah, they probably don't have.
You can imagine Rags doesn't have wine glasses, right? Fucking Rags drinking wine.
Drinking it out of the bottle.
I've done that, but because I was on with you and there was the potential of Mrs. Mousecat walking around in the background, I thought I'd be a little bit more
civilized.
Je ne sais quoi.
Yeah.
What in front of me? Have you ever met me?
Wine camp from Ugly Truth there. So I spoke to you earlier, right? Let me get his name right, because I never get it fucking right. I always call him something different. We were going to talk about this Egyptian fella.
What? What the guy? What was his name?
Right. So it's Zahi
Hawass.
Zahi Hawass. Right. So when it came up on my feed that Joe Rogan was interviewed Zahi Hawass, right, I saw immediately that it was only an hour and 58 minutes, right? And I thought, oh, here we go. There's already trouble in paradise, because they're never less than 3 hour long, this podcast, right?
Exactly.
Now, you've watched a bit of it.
I have, yeah.
I've watched most of it. I think I've 20 minutes short, because, listen, Joe Rogan, whatever you want to call him, right? He has got the patience of a saint when it comes to this man. Because this man is the authority in his own head on everything Egyptology. He is Egyptology. But to me, he gives off like, hey, my friend.
Explain who this guy is first of all.
Right. Okay. Let me explain who he is then. Right. Okay. And I'm going to go from a little like. I'm going to literally read from an AI thing. Yeah. So he's an archaeologist and former minister of tourism and antiquities of Egypt. He's 77 years young. A position he's held twice. He has worked at the archaeological sites in the Nile Delta, the Western Desert, and Upper Nile Valley. So, but what you need to know about this guy is he is the reason that no one can do any research or any exploratory there. He puts the stamp on saying no, deny.
Would that class him as a curator?
No, I believe a curator is more someone who works in a museum and decides what does and what doesn't go on display. A person who is in charge for caring and managing a collection, such as in a museum, gallery, or archive. So we know that in museums, a curator will go, what there's Smithsonian. There's the best example, right? They've got stuff that they found, like Viking stuff in North America. You know, they found runes with Viking etchings and stuff, and they don't let you see it because it's not the narrative of the world they want to present to you, right? No. Gatekeeper. Charlie Sparkles has got it right. He's a gatekeeper, right? So he sat there with Joe Rogan. First of all, let me tell you, he gives off the, hey, my friend, I have a special price for you, my friend Johnny English. They're the kind of vibes he gives off, right?
How much for your daughter?
Yeah, and basically 20 camels for your daughter. and in his hand he's got some Chinese fucking made paperweight of the fucking Great Pyramid, right? But he's trying to sell you it for a fucking song. My friend, You're my friend. I give you special price, my friend.
I have scarab.
Scarab, genuine dung eater.
Is discredited as well.
Yes.
Oh, he's been massively discredited, but so he's like the antithesis to people like Graham Hancock and Robert Schoch, and there's a few, isn't there? Robert Schoch's the German guy. Who's the guy who thinks it's a power plant? Christopher Dunn.
Yeah, Chris Dunn.
Yeah. So he will say no.
I think that a couple of them. I think Hancock has sort of leveled things out with him a little bit more.
Well, they had a debate, but they had a debate, but he doesn't play balls, are he? Everything is. I discovered. Let me finish. So very much in the Neil deGrasse Tyson school of let me finish. Let me finish. I am more intelligent than you, so stop asking questions and let me finish.
Yeah, I mean, I've been there, and I would just say typically Egyptian.
Typically Egyptian. It's exactly what I'd say as well, right? So listen, I'll say this just up front. Who the fuck knows what happened in that part of the world, right? But what I do know is, and this is the thing, he genuinely said to Joe Rogan, and I don't know how Joe Rogan held it together, said, I am the most open-minded Egyptologist there has ever been. Did you hear that bit? Yeah, right. When he just poo-poos everything, right? So I was going to try and find some maps. Maybe I'll do that a bit later. It's like he denies the weathering on the Sphinx is water from water. Yeah. He says it's the wind and the sand, which it could be, but much cleverer people than him that know geology have said, no. This is thousands of years of rainfall that have done this. Thousands, not 2,000, not 4,000, probably about 10,000 years.
Yeah, and we know that area going back has huge history with water courses running through there. What do they call it? What do they call it?
The Nile Delta.
The Nile Delta, but you get like build-ups of, is it alluvia and
yes, sediment,
which is how they've seen that there's so much water, because they've got these alluvium fans that have been seen.
Yes. Now, if you look,
space station as it
went past. Now we're able to take photographs of the Earth from such vast distances, right? You see the ripples on a beach.
Yeah.
When the tide goes out, that's that magnified by. They can see these ripples, and it's exactly the same. It's exactly the same, but on a macro micro sort of difference, yeah. And this is why I love the Randall Carlson stuff, where he goes out to these places and like you can see that mass erosion has happened, but not because of what happened with the melting of the ice caps. It happened so quick. It wasn't just like an ice cube melting away. It happened so quick. There was such a deluge of water that it carved out these gorges, and through rocks. Well, you got to remember, the last ice age was 12,500 years ago, roughly, I think.
Yeah.
The last ice age, most of the north continents, especially Northwest America and Europe, were under 3 kilometers of ice. Now, if you imagine that last ice age, ice depth.
10,000 years ago.
Yeah, 3 to 4 kilometers of ice. So imagine the weight of that as well, pushing the land down as well. So when this cataclysm, now some people that you've got the school of thought that it was.
This have been. I mean, how far did the ice come down? Would it have reached the sort of Sinai?
No.
It wouldn't have got that far, would it?
No, because there'd have been no survivors.
No. Because we know that the Mediterranean was once a desert, and we also know that. Well, we don't know.
Well, we know that parts of North America, which are now tall plateaus, were ancient seabeds.
That's right.
Because you've got again oyster shells halfway up mountains, oyster beds.
Yeah.
Halfway up mountains in air that we can't breathe properly. It's so the air gets very thin.
I mean, I think I heard somewhere that that whole area was originally obviously a desert. It might have been exactly a desert, but the whole Mediterranean was almost a lower part basin, and that some maybe a cataclysm, maybe the earth moved, maybe one of these sort of like pole shifts.
Well, that's what I wanted to get into. What are the different school of thought? So you've got Randall Carlson, who believes it was a we went through a comet stream. It was a bombardment. It wasn't just a like 65 million year ago punch. It was a bombardment on the northern continents, Greenland. Now Greenland was it 95% still under ice, but now we've got LIDAR and things that can look through it. You can see these great big punch bowls of craters that would have been. Now, I know we're jumping all over the map here. The last great big meteorite that hit planet Earth, we get small ones hit it all the time. Okay, shooting star is a meteorite, but it's so small it just burns up. Okay, but was the Tunguska in Siberia. Now you've seen the pictures from that, right?
Yeah, all the trees.
Where there's miles and miles and miles of trees that are just snapped like matchsticks.
It blew up in the midair before
it was an airburst. It was an airburst, and it's all to do with the trajectory of how it comes in, whether it comes in boom punch or it comes in at an angle, right? Because you've got the friction of something traveling so fast suddenly hitting something like an atmosphere, right?
Yeah.
So you get the friction. Now that was 1908, I believe. So what are we talking? 120 years ago.
Right.
And there were, up until modern times, there were people who witnessed it, who saw it.
Yeah.
You know,
well, we've got huge cauldrons in the earth and under the sea, which have formed parts of
calderas.
Gulf of Mexico, even. Oh, sorry, Gulf of America.
Come on, mate. Gulf of America. Now that's what they call the KT boundary event, right? Which is what they think that saw off the dinosaurs. Yeah. 65/66 million years ago, and you can see it's on the. You look where it's carved out, Mexico and Florida. Yeah. It's a circle. You can see it, right?
Yeah. Well, you got the ring of. Is that where the Ring of Fire is? Well?
No, Ring of Fire is Japan. Let me see what the KT boundary meteorite. They say how big it was. Meteor, not meteorite. Meteor. How?
Well, I've got a label on the back of this top, and it's making me itch because I forgot to cut it out. But yeah, if I keep scratching, it's not because I've got fleas. Because I've got this bloody label. It's tickling.
Right, here we go. It was between 10 and 15 kilometers in diameter. This asteroid, known as the Chicxulub impactor, caused the extinction of dinosaurs and many other species. The crater, so it's 10 and 15 kilometers in diameter, right? So what's that? 15,000 meters. But it created a crater which was between 150 and 200 kilometers in diameter.
That's some sort of cauldron, isn't it? So it's just
it's calderas, cauldrons, yeah.
Thank you.
Where's that from? Is that a Primani top, is it?
Something like that.
You're definitely wearing like clothes appropriate for your age now. You know what you'll have on soon? One of them
knitwear, isn't it? It's knitwear, and it's that sort
of do you know what would suit you? You know what would suit you? A sweater vest.
Yeah. I had a string vest on the other day. I was quite enjoying that. Yeah.
Rapsy Mousecat.
At a certain age, it's just how you feel, especially you're out in the garden. But the bit I was going to say about the Mediterranean, and I'm not sure if you know anything about this or if you can sort of expand on it, was that obviously there wasn't a Mediterranean sort of sea in there. You've got Gibraltar, and where it sort of closes right in on that area. And apparently the water had come rushing in to that bit and actually then formed the Mediterranean.
Because sea level rise wouldn't have been like it wouldn't have been as gradual as you wouldn't have noticed it. Now, if you look off the coast of places like Malta and Italy and that, there's perfectly preserved villages, whole villages, churches, full churches under the water. But I don't think it would have rushed in like a tsunami.
Right. Because I was reading it's about between 5.5 and 6 million years ago, there was something, and then over about 1,000 years, more water kept coming in there. It kept stagnating, and then more.
Yeah, it wasn't like a flowing ocean of stuff. It was more like a lake.
Because they could tell by the different build-ups, because you get fresh water on top of salt water.
Well, it sits on top. Have you ever seen the cameras when they go underwater and they go between salt water and fresh water?
Yeah, you get the saline flake bits, and it's mad.
It's
So that was sort of going on. So all of that area there, because I mean, I know you've got where does it run out there? So the Nile runs out. Is it Aswan or Aswan?
The Gulf of what the Nile goes out to.
Yeah, where it runs out to, is it an area called Aswan or Aswan?
No, north.
I know that's where they got a lot of the granite from, where they built the.
Not the Atbara.
Have a look
Where
at
starts in the rivers that feed Lake Victoria, located in Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya, and flows north, eventually emptying into the Mediterranean Sea.
Aswan? Where's Aswan or Aswan?
What, the people who did Shine Like a Star? Aswan Dam in Egypt. That's a city. That's a high dam. It's a city as well.
Okay, but that's where a lot of the granite came from, wasn't it? So I mean, if it was dammed, it would have been lower down in those days. There's a lot of the granite, because most of that's limestone. So to get any granite from there to what's that? It's about 500 miles down to the plains, isn't it?
Yeah, which your man there explains how they did that with he doesn't think it come from that far, and also he explains that they used to use the yearly floods to barge it.
Right. Okay.
To barge, which is plausible. I imagine, but then you're still talking 10-20 ton worth of stone, which has all got to be moved by. No, I'm not saying it's giants or aliens or
no.
You know, I don't even know as far as I really believe in like a lost technology, like we had lasers and fucking machines that could move stuff and that. But
you know, a lot of that granite, a lot of them sarcophagi boxes that they actually built, you know, I think they're called the Serapeum boxes.
Yeah, I mean, like they don't make
polished. They were, or a lot of them were polished, and they
don't really make much sense.
No, they don't make sense, because some of these things they managed to drag them sort of like into these tiny little tunnels, which are probably about no more than about 3 or 4 meters, and there's about 2 foot either side, and these things are dragged in, and they're weighing anything between 70 and 100 tons.
I know.
And polished. I mean, within 1,000th of an inch, and also the lids that went on them were airtight. So that obviously leads some people to say
that's called what's the word? Precision.
God, yeah. So within 1,000th of an inch, yeah.
So
you've got these. Have you seen these vases or vases, whatever you want to call it?
Yes.
These vases that they put into laser measuring machines, right? And they are as perfect as you can be. And this is without any tooling or laser guided cutting.
Well, copper tooling, bit of bronze and stone.
That's what we're told they have, right? You know, we're told that, you know, the is it in Lebanon, the obelisk, the pregnant woman? Yeah. And you're told that they pounded that out with dolomite stones.
Well, it's like the polishing. How do you polish granite, which is basically made up of quartz and a few other things? And how do you polish that to such a fine mirror finish?
Well, then you need something big. You need something stronger, don't you?
You're making up. Yeah, exactly. You need like a carborundum or something like that, which you can mix with
diamond.
paste, almost, pastes. I mean, these things, and you know, that much precision. How they? I mean, if we're going to go back into sort of lost technology, I mean, there's so many other things. It was what was another one? Have you ever heard of the? Now we are jumping a little bit, and it's the Greeks, the ancient Greeks. And have you ever heard of the Anikathara device?
Is this the thing they found underwater? And
Yes.
It was all eroded, and
loads of years.
And it was the planetary systems with the moons and the stars, and it all
150 years BC. This was obviously not ancient Greek. But
right. Could you spell that for me, and I'll bring up an image of it on the screen.
Good luck. Right.
I do struggle with these Greek names.
It'll be Anrikythara, something like that. It's probably wrong. It's just something I remembered, and I mean, it was like a clock mechanism. It tracked the sky, the sun, the moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, and Saturn. It had 223 teeth on some of the biggest gears, obviously made out of bronze, and it worked out all the main phases of the moon. And it's over nearly 2,400 years old.
Right.
So, you know, we talk.
So that's it there. That's it. How it was found underwater, very badly eroded.
Yeah. But it's been. I think they've done like a thing where they can really look in closer at it and sort of see. And I think they've tried to actually make it up as well.
Yeah, what they've done is they've used modern day technology they've recreated it, I believe, haven't they?
That's right. Yeah, when Graham Hancock calls it the earliest computer, because as I say, what it proves that they knew about obviously all the phases of the moon and everything. Because there was a ball or something in the middle of it. As far as I know, there was some ball that actually turned around. One side was dark and one side was light, and it would have actually spun round and showed them the exact phases of the moon.
So do you believe it was an ancient navigating device then, especially if it was found underwater?
Found on ships, so they think it would have been used for that possibly, and other things. But obviously, yeah, being at sea would be the best. Well, I suppose back then they didn't have any light pollution, did they? So I don't know.
And I think it's as well, right? This was a time really before books, any sort of screen. So the only thing you were doing other than talking to your fellow human at night really was lying back and looking up at the sky. That was your television, that was your computer, that was your Netflix.
Maybe a few datura seeds and getting a bit off your head and things, but even still,
finding out what you always got to like, because I'd have been that guy. I'd have been like, if we found like a new seed or a new looking mushroom, I was like, go on, try it. Try it. And if he was like, I'm fucking feeling groovy, I'll be like, I'll try some.
Don't ever do datura or devil's trumpet, angel's trumpet, or anything like that. Apparently, it's horrendous. It's one of those ones that makes you, become just go fucking mad. It's not really.
Have you ever done DMT?
I haven't. No, I haven't done DMT. No.
Have you ever done salvia?
I've done salvia. Yeah.
Did you ever do the extract, or was it just straight off the plant, dried in?
I did the 50 times extract.
Oh,
in a pipe.
Did it send you to the moon?
It's weird. Well, it was a horrible feeling because I felt it was very prickly as I sort of come out of my body, and the room just went off. And then I was swimming in the carpet, and I didn't think I was on the carpet, but I was swimming across the living room, and there was a big Ferris wheel going underwater, and I saw loads of people that I knew on it, and I lived almost another life. I think in a matter of, I think I was only out for about 5 to 10 minutes tops.
Yeah, it's very quick. DMT is what they call the businessman's lunch.
Yeah. I mean, DMT.
I've never done DMT. If I did, I don't think I'd like to do the synthetic stuff. I think I'd like to go down and have a shaman going.
Ayahuasca.
Yeah, when you've got a purge.
Going back to what we're talking about, all of these things would have been
shamanistic
tools that how people would have used, and the connections how they sort of understood it, or the connections that they made to it, might be part of the reasons why they come up with these sort of technology.
But like, does it blow your mind though that from such an early, if what we're told, if we believe that we're the civilization, well, I guess you could really nowadays genuinely push it back to say Göbekli Tepe, sort of 10,500 years, rather than the Babylonian story of the Epic of Gilgamesh and that. Like, they were doing stuff 4,000 years before that. Right,
well,
that was quite.
They found like stone tooling in Kenya, a place called Lomekwi, and that goes back 3.3 million years ago. So we
stone tools. Now,
stone tools, look up Lomekwi, Lomekwi in Kenya.
Lomekwi.
Lomekwi. I mean, okay. 3.3 million years ago. I mean, that's got to be some of the oldest.
The oldest known stone tools.
Yes. So, the out of Africa thing, I'm not so sure about that, but even still, it people were using tools back then. Yes.
Yes, Toffee. That's a very good. That's a very good point you make there. That mushrooms may have been a massive role in making. I mean, I don't know where I stand with. I still struggle with the whole evolution. And that we came from fucking monkeys and stuff. You know what I mean? Because why are there still monkeys?
Why are they still monkeys, or why
are they still shitting in the hand and throwing at each other? If we, but this is what you see here. Then these stone tools here, which are clearly flaked for a purpose.
Skinning animals that would have been used for
skinning and taking the fat off stuff, and
things, whatever. I mean, obviously they weren't building obelisks, because I don't think they've found anything particularly like that out there. But because obviously Göbekli Tepe or wherever it is, that's in Turkey.
Tepe, that's in Turkey. It's the hill of the fat belly.
That's right. Yeah. And what's that?
They found something. The thing is, right. Like, this has only really been known to the public in the last 20 years that we've been talking about Göbekli Tepe, but they reckon it's about 50 years that they've known it as there. It was another German guy. He's passed now, who sort of discovered or rediscovered it. But it's very much apparent that this amazing temple or sacred site, ritualistic site, was 100% buried on purpose around the time of the great cataclysms that ended the last ice age.
So do you think they did that because they knew a cataclysm was coming?
I don't know the thing is, remember, I'm very much of the thing is I'm intelligent enough to know that I don't know a lot.
No, I was just asking what you reckon it might possibly.
I mean, were they trying to preserve it for future descendants?
Yeah.
Were they trying to leave us a message?
Yeah. I mean, if there was some sort of terrible thing happening, were they getting a bit of a fall? I mean, how long would it take to fill a place up like that?
Oh,
I mean, you're talking years, wouldn't it?
How long, first of all, would it have taken to create a place like that?
God knows. I've got a clue. Because we don't know the methods. We don't know the exact methods of how they built these things, other than seeing sort of score marks on certain rocks. So we know they use certain sorts of tooling. We know stuff came out from other places, or they actually, dug it out of but that's usually sandstone. But they tend to drag these great big granite and whatever else sort of stuff to these places for some reason.
So, Ams, you say something interesting there. Apparently, the Turkish government won't let archaeologists on the site now. Now, what's happened is actually, I think we've talked about this, Mickey. They've planted a lot of olive trees on the site. Now, there is a law. Let me see if I can bring it up, just so I can add a bit of credence to what I'm saying. Olive trees. in Greece, Turkey.
Charlie will know about olive trees and the roots for them, because I think she's got enough on her land out there in Spain. So, yeah, I mean that.
Right, so olive trees are legally protected, particularly within areas designated for olive cultivation or within regions of significant cultural and historical importance. Okay, now these trees were planted after it was discovered. They're not ancient olive trees.
Yeah.
So why would they have done that?
Didn't want it found, did they? Don't want people digging it up.
They don't. What I don't understand is about
you Muslims don't like any history other than their history, because they believe that obviously all of their their Quran and all that was everything from there is.
Yeah, but the Muslims don't believe the world started in 600 BC. It goes back. The Muslims go back further than that. This is when Allah got hit. This is when Muhammad pissed be upon him.
But they do tend to want to destroy or cover up anything that might have had a previous god or tribe or belief system. They do. They've done that, haven't they?
Idolatry.
Yeah, and when
pagans.
They went and smashed up some place in.
Yeah, it's disgusting. Was it in Libya, Lebanon, Libya?
Yeah, around that sort of it. Yeah, and they just smashed up some fantastic art.
They just blew it up with C4.
Because they don't want to see these things. They don't. It's not. Obviously these are the real crazy ones. But then you've got that. The geezer in Egypt there. He doesn't really want things found, does he? So
why doesn't he want things found? That's what I don't understand about these people. Why don't they want to know where they come from?
Maybe they don't really come from that area, and some other lot did. See, I will go back to always, because I'm that way inclined. I will go back to it being more an Aryan. Aryans were there before they were, and these people that actually had this technology.
Well, Toffee said it earlier. Have you seen these mummies they pull out of Egypt with white skin and red hair?
Yeah. I mean, we know that phenotype and genealogy is rife in those areas, and we know
even in Peru as well.
Temperatures would have been different. I mean, you've got
basically. We know how anti-white the world is. Could it really be a conspiracy as big as we must not let white people know that they were like the first race?
Boom! Boom! Get rid of them.
You really think it could be as big as that?
I think it is. Yeah, I think. I mean, I don't. It's not because I want it to be, although it's cool. But I have a weird feeling that is going to be what it's all about.
Well, follow the evidence.
Yeah,
follow the evidence.
Certain groups don't want that to be known because it doesn't put them in a good light.
Yeah, but I mean, like, what difference would it make to you and me? Sat here in Ulster, you sat here in Essex, knowing that our genetics, our particular line of heritage came first. Were you like? I wouldn't sit on some sort of throne for that reason.
No, no, but if you're not of that group or you haven't got that, bloodline, then you're living in them lands.
When you're living in fucking shit, and
you've
squalor.
done nothing better with it, and there was a group of people running around doing carving of stone within 1,000th of an inch perfectly.
Yeah,
and
I guess.
They travelled across all of that area, and they did all these amazing things because it shows up wherever they were. Good things happened, and guess where they ended up? They headed up our way.
They headed up to Europe, Northern Europe.
This is I think Robert Seffer, whatever his name is, he does.
Yeah, he's a good one. If you're not into him, guys, Robert Seffer is a great content creator, and of course they've thrown every fucking name at him: Nazi, anti-Semite, and all that stuff that just fucking bounces off me like water off a duck's cock at this point. Do you know what I mean?
He plays a banjo, doesn't he? He can't give a fuck.
He just goes and feeds the birds. He really doesn't give a fuck, does he?
Wanders down the beach. I tell you, he lives in a lovely bit of California, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. And with all them lefties, but yeah, I mean, you could even go back to 8,000 years ago. in the West Bank area, you've got the ruins of Jericho. You know,
right. Pause.
Yeah, go on.
Little bit of a musical thing here. Do you remember the Prodigy track, "The Horns of Jericho"? The Horns of Jericho. The Horns of Jericho.
Yeah.
You remember that? That was a fucking tune, that was, wasn't it? Anyway, right, okay. So the walls of Jericho, right?
We got 11,000 years. All the tunnels and all the ruins there, but then you've got the Tower of Jericho, 8,000 years ago. So between up to 11,000 years ago.
Is this the walls they brought down with the trumpets?
I believe so. But
mythologically speaking.
Yeah, I mean 11,000 years ago. I mean, it goes back a hell of a long time. So. Who was living around that area then? You know, who? In which case, who owned that area? You know, because it's just off the West Bank, isn't it? So would that come under Gaza? I don't know. Yeah.
And
then you got places like Jerf El Amir in Syria, 9,500 BC. And then going back even further, you've got White Sands in America, which is in, I think it's New Mexico.
I was about to say, wasn't that near Bournemouth? There's a place called Sandy Bowls down that way. Did you know that? Down near Roy Dorset and Somerset side and drinking friends and all that, you know.
Yeah, so you got 23,000 years ago in America. You've got footprints in the sands out there. So you know,
yeah. I mean, listen,
we've been around a lot, and we've been all over the.
It's quite obvious. It's quite obvious that indigenous people to what's now mainland Russia, crossed the Bering Land Bridge, which is now the Bering Straits, and filtered into North America. And went all the way down to Tierra del Fuego, right at the fucking tip, you know, before a European from like a Western European had ever got over there. But I do believe that the Vikings got there before fucking Columbus, before the Spanish did.
Well, I know
there's a lot of proof of that.
Yeah. Yeah, where the Europeans? I mean, they go back. I think some of the is it the caves in France? They've got some caves in France, which I know.
Yeah, and obviously Neanderthal Valley in Germany.
Yeah. I mean, they go back. Is it?
And they would have, and it's quite obvious that they would have interbred, and and the dominant species was Homo sapien. Why do they say Homo sapien sapien? Have you noticed some people say it twice? That Linda Moulton Howe always says Homo sapien sapien. I don't know why. But yeah, so you had Homo erectus, which always, I don't know, gives me a little bit of a thrill saying that, right? But Homo sapiens, right, which is what we are, yeah?
Which would be...
We're like 300,000 years old, they say, roughly, so right? Our little branched off from the fucking...
What's the Paleolithic time? So what
Homo erectus.
Paleolithic, is that sort of like, what's that, about 30,000 years ago? 26, 30,000 years ago?
Let me tell you, my friend.
And I'm throwing me 1,000 odd years in and out.
From about... Oh, whoa. Interestingly... Guess when it started? Going back to your stone tools.
Okay.
3.3 million years ago to the end of the last ice age, roughly 11,650, which is now known as the Holocene, yeah?
That's right.
So the maths and everything does start to sort of create a narrative, doesn't it? And then you had what's called the Denisovans, right? Which they found the bones, teeth, and stuff in the caves in Russia, and also like let's not forget, right? They reckon, you know, so North America, which is United States of America now, was full of what was known as which had a lot of giant species. So it had like mastodons, mammoths. Short-faced cave bears, giant sloths, and they reckon humans hunted them to extinction, killed them off. So it wasn't a big cataclysm. It was huge. This is what the narrative tells you. The mainstream narrative is that we managed to kill billions and billions of things that were a lot bigger than us with a smaller number, rather than it was like either a comet strike, bombardment, rather than just one punch, or a solar flare is also up there in that, which would have flipped the poles. And you just can't imagine, can you? Because the lifespan of your average Homo sapiens sapien, as Billy likes to tell me, is what it used to be 70 years plus 10, right? But now let's add another, let's say 80 years now, right? Yeah. It's such a blip in the eye of time. You know,
right. It
like,
is.
We what's that you know, we're so lucky that we weren't born, like, we've been born in pretty much peacetime, right? There's been wars in my lifetime, but like I look back at these, and I know a lot of it is mythologized, and a lot of it's Hollywood and stuff. If you look at like the time when the Romans came over and conquered and invaded Britain, right? How violent life was. How you could just be out getting some fresh water and someone's just decided to fucking axe you in the back of the head for the sake of it, right? Yeah. We live, and I know it's horrible now that you've got fucking people stabby and all that, right? But we live in probably the safest time there's ever been.
That's right. We are.
You know?
We are. I mean, as I say, even weather-wise, we're in some sort of a bit of a glitch period, and I think that's the possibility of that actually coming to an end is we're definitely due a change. I know that much, which wouldn't surprise me why we've got big seed bank things set up nowadays for that sort of eventuality. But Jack, just quickly,
yeah, go on.
Your channel, because Claire wants to get in on the chat, and she's not got your channel on her thing yet. But is it just Jack London?
Jack London's History of Hardcore.
There you go.
I will. Do you want me to send you the YouTube link to your
So I don't have
Telegram?
YouTube.
No, that's right. I don't.
Jack London's History of Hardcore.
I've just sent it to you on Telegram just in case. All right.
Yeah.
Good lad. Oh, she wants to get in on the chat and say hello to everyone.
Oh yeah, no, I think we'd have a few more people in if Dangerfield weren't streaming. That's fair enough, though. You know what I mean? Like, we are his children. A lot of us streamers. You know what I mean?
Hardcore. You know, hardcore. That stuff I used before I put the concrete on top.
Oh yeah.
Groove Rider Hardcore.
But yeah, we are very lucky. I see old Illuminatus there said about Atlantis. They could really get down there, the plankton and the krill, the giant underwater pyramid. Could they really?
Well, what do you know about Bimini Road?
Bimini Road, okay, that's off of the coast of
Cuba.
Cuba, South America, like going down that way, and it comes in, and there's a lot of weird stuff that's happened around that area, but obviously, it's almost under the sea, isn't it? And you can see it again.
Isn't that in what they call the Yucatan Peninsula?
Yeah,
which is where the 66 million year old meteor, or comet, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, a lot of weird stuff seen flying out to sea there, or so they say. So, yeah, Bimini Road. Yeah, I don't know a lot about it, but I know that dark journalist guy used to go on about it a lot.
Oh, he's fantastic. I like him.
I'm not. Do you know what? I've not listened to one for a little while, because when he goes off into if it gets a bit too spooky, weird, esoteric.
You don't like the psychic stuff, I'm guessing.
I don't mind it. But sometimes I look at the chat there and I think, oh, you're a bunch of.
I don't watch the chat on purpose.
Yeah, I suppose.
Or the ideas room, as he calls it.
Yeah, and sometimes he has some the American type with him, and she's so thick, and all she does is go, yeah.
Wait, look, the pretty blonde. Yeah, but the thing is, right? Weirdly, that's not Miss Olivia, who is the one who usually sits there with him, right? Which I don't think she's got a face for TV, but she's quite clever and sounds quite smart, right? But He has the one that bats the eyelashes and goes.
She interviews him, didn't she?
You're so clever.
Shit, that one. But yeah, she's pretty, I suppose. So yeah, there is that side.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Oh,
Listen, me and you have got faces for radio, buddy.
I've got a teeth for it. Look at my fucking.
Oh, I have to sleep with him.
Huh?
Your teeth, fucking hell, my hamster's doing a right state.
Mine all
I haven't seen a dentist in about 2 years.
I never wore a brace when I was a kid. They said I should have one. I got all my teeth knocked out by my next door neighbour when I was a kid. And they always grew back wonky. So,
Well, you got all your babby teeth knocked out.
yeah. Got them all knocked out. But so when they it done something, and when they grew wonky. I've got what they call an overcrowded mouth. It's a bit like England. It's just full of.
Yeah, but I bet you can still chomp down on a walnut or a nice Brazil nut, can't you?
Yeah, I've still got some of those great big silvery fillings. What they call it? Is it
amalgam?
I reckon
which is a neurotoxin, by the way.
I don't know. It bleeds off into your body and makes you go mental. So it's a bit like.
Wait, you know where the term "fucking mad as a hatter" comes from, right? It's because of the chemicals they used to use, like what they called milliners, weren't they? Milliners.
And they used to use mercury, didn't they?
Which is in my fucking tooth right now. It's all part of the process. It's all part of the plan, mate. Yeah,
a little bit
dumb you down, give you fluoride, which is also another neurotoxin.
Going back to that stuff, the old what's names used to want to turn everything into gold, wasn't it? The
alchemists.
Lumina, all about that. I mean, they was all fucking about with mercury, weren't they? Trying to.
Yeah. Quicksilver. Didn't they call it quicksilver?
That's it. Yeah.
Oh, Mrs. Me in it. You've definitely chewed on a few hats. But yeah, do you remember hearing about the story about the girls who they used to get something called Fossy Jaw, making the matches?
In the match factories, that's it.
Yeah, the match factories with the phosphorus, and they're fucking all of this and you could see all their jaw.
Yeah,
their jaw was just.
It's called Fossy Jaw, and
they're
Sophie Jaw, and it used to rot the lower jaw.
Yeah, phosphorus.
Because they used to go like this, and also, you know, the watches that used to have the little. You see in the dark, where they used to go like that. They used to go like this with the nib of the fucking paintbrush.
Yeah. Well, there's certain Rolexes. There's certain Rolexes that they say you shouldn't wear anymore because they've now found out that when they put that like plutonium or whatever it is, the stuff that makes it all light up and that.
Radium girls. That's it. Thank you, Ugly Truth. Yeah. Radium girls.
They put that
used to get Fossy Jaw on that in the match factories. Yeah, mate, fucking. This is what I mean about the times we live in, right? Yeah, you go to work now on a building site like me and you have done for many years, right? And you expect to come home at the end of that day.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ, the industrial. How many was it? 20 people died building the fucking Panama Canal. Now I know a lot of it was disease.
Yeah. Well, who was it who went out there and did most of the digging?
Well, the French tried, didn't they?
They started it, didn't they? And I think
during the French effort, around 22,000 people died, while the US construction phase saw an estimated 5,500 deaths.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of that would have been malaria.
Yeah.
And you know what they did, right? They'd be in the hospital beds. They'd set up field hospitals everywhere, right? For people with malaria. Now, I've never had malaria, but I believe it's like a fever that makes you very weak and all your muscles hurt and you just feel like fucking shit, right?
Yeah, delirium.
Delirium, fever dreams and all that shit, right? So, so these guys would be lying in their bed, and these big fucking tropical ants would be climbing up the legs of the bed and biting them and stuff. And in their moment of genius, they went, you know what we do? We get little saucers of water and put each bed leg in the water to stop the ants. Now, what do mosquitoes breed in? Stagnant, warm water. You just didn't know. They didn't have the knowledge to put it together. You know.
So when did the French start digging their part of it? Was that
The French was.
Napoleonic?
I think it was French Panama Canal attempt. It began in 1881, but stopped in 1889 because of a lack of investors' confidence due to engineering problems and a high worker mortality.
Right. So who would have been running France around that time? 1880.
What are we talking? 1881. French government. 1881. Leon Gambetta with President Jules Grevy.
So it was after Napoleon then.
Well, Lumi's the guy for that, but I think it is 1881. Yeah,
early 1800 or 1700 something.
Yeah, it was what? He was about the. What was Napoleon about the 1850s, wasn't he? Napoleon III.
Yeah. Let's say Lumi
1873 he died. From 1808 to no, he died in Chislehurst. That can't be the fucking right, can it?
Well, he was the other one. He was just as bad.
I thought he died in St Helena, didn't he? Napoleon II, was it?
Boney was a warrior.
No, that's not what I mean. Lumi, give us. Napoleon finished 1815. Right, Waterloo. Right. So Napoleon the First, then, I'm guessing. The OG Napoleon.
Yeah.
Lumi, I rewatched and I made Rags rewatch recently with me the Rod Steiger version of Waterloo, and what a film that is. If you haven't seen that and you like your war films and battle strategy and stuff, we've got Lumi on in a couple of weeks, so I'll pick his brains about it.
Lumi was the one telling me about it, and he actually brought that film up, and he said it was one I've watched. It was the only one I've watched on Waterloo.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Right now this film was made in either the late 60s or early 70s, and you didn't have CGI, but they had to have these vast armies of people, and what they used the Ukrainian army to depict these. You can picture in your head a battle. It wasn't even a pitched battle, was it? But these battles where there would have been legions of musketeers and cannons and blocks and your real strategy, like they weren't wars of attrition really. They were just like fucking let's have it, right? Cavalry charges and stuff.
Well, this is what Illuminatus is an expert on, and because he explains.
Well, when I get him on, I'll be picking his brains about this because I've still got to read his third part of his novel yet, and I know I've got to get that done in a pretty short amount of time, but I will get it done.
That's the best one for battles, anyway.
Yes. Yeah. My mate, Phil the Pill used to sell us all our E's when we were like 18, 19 and that. He's so funny. He'd go, "Hey lads, I'm off to Hastings tonight. Gonna look for a battle." Him and his mate Calvert used to run around together in a fucking red Sierra Cosworth. But yeah, it's fantastic film. So if you've never seen that one, the Rod Steiger, I think it came out in 1971.
Was it?
I think.
It was it's definitely 60s, 70s. It was sort of Zulu-ish time, wasn't it? So similar sort of like
Zolos, thousands of them.
Michael Caine-ish sort of times. Well, that might have been a bit early.
1970. I was a year out.
Zulu was a bit before then, wasn't it? I think that was 60s.
Yeah. Oh, Phil the Pill Toffee. Come on, you must have had people like that around you at that age. Fucking hell. We'd all be in a house, right? Fucking after the night, it's like 3, 4 in the morning, and everyone's just like, there's just a tune on in the background, and everyone's gurning away to himself. And he'd come in and go, and just throw a fucking handful of E's into the room.
I had a mate, Johnny. I won't say his second name, but Johnny, we'll call him. Yeah, and he used to, after a night out, he would always have a bag because he'd just keep his bag, and it would be the crushed pills. You just got all the
angel dust.
Yeah, and he'd just get these and smash them all up, and he'd chuck a bit of coke in there and said, "Right, set these lines up," and there'd be big lumps of horrible burning.
Just burning away in the back of your fucking nasal cavity.
I can feel it in the throat now. Oh, disgusting.
We were disgusting, degenerate punks, weren't we? But to be fair, I wouldn't change it. I don't have any regrets. So
No. I'm amazed. I've probably done a lot of damage to my brain. I do often wonder if I hadn't have.
oh, we were guinea pigs for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
But a lot of that leads us to where we are now, because it did give you an inquiring mind, didn't it? You know, I mean, we used to sit there and
there's conversations you used to have. Like, I know sometimes it got a little bit twisted, and you were just like, you must have had at least one mate. There was a couple or three in my posse, right? That when they'd had enough MDMA, they went primitive and they stopped speaking, and they'd be like, ugh, and their fingers would get all fucking. They'd get all like this. Yeah.
The other one was when they went off into the K hole. You know, you definitely get the ones just moaned out. I'm like, oh god. I mean, I did.
No, but it was the way they just stand there and you go, "Are you all right?" And they wouldn't even like, you know, like you'd not said anything. They just stand there and go. Oh.
Some people look like it was in pure terror. You know, pure.
Oh terror. Yeah, but the thing is, I've spoke to people like that after, and I was like, "You look like
they don't feel like that."
No, they thought they were having the time of their fucking life.
It's
funny.
I was pretty good at handling my stuff. I don't know why. I've always been able to keep a little bit.
I've always been a rhino, mate. Unfortunately, I've always.
Yeah,
it's probably for the worse as well. Yeah, but I've always been like, where you've needed one, I've needed two to get there.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, that was me. No, I got up to like 15 E's over.
Oh yeah, but that was the ridiculous times where the MDMA, the amount of MDMA in pills was fucking. I was getting pills for 30p a pop. There can't be anything good in that.
Yeah, I think I've got them down to about.
You know, if I was buying enough, if I was buying like a monkey of pills, I'd be getting for 30-40p a pop.
Yeah, it must have been a lot later on because I was getting it for about.
Yeah, and you'd be getting double figures and thinking, nah, this isn't right. Because I remember taking half of one 5 years ago, and I'd be like, ripping a tree out of the ground at 6 in the morning.
A lot of it is tolerance, though. Anyway, yeah.
Well, listen, we've always got to have a little bit of a drug moment in these streams. It wouldn't be our streams without them, would it? Right?
Well, it's sort of linked in a lot of the subjects anyway, just to say
well listen, Toffee said something earlier. I need to take a little 30-second refresher if you don't mind. If you want to hold the crowd for 30 seconds, and if you need to go and do a piddle, then I'll do the same. But I'll tell you what, we will pick up on what Toffee said about magic mushrooms perhaps having something to do with the evolution of human beings.
Okay.
Be back in 30.
Dance. Do you want to come? Do you want to come in and say hello?
No.
You're all right. What are you doing over there anyway?
Typing.
Okay. What, work stuff?
No, I'm online.
Oh, you're online. Okay.
But, you have to sing the intermission.
I was trying to think of a song. I was singing a song about Boney was a warrior earlier on. When we was at school, we used to have the radio. You used to have this big old sort of tannoy system in the classroom when I was younger. We didn't have overhead projectors and stuff like that onto we had a blackboard, and we got slideshows and things like that. But back in the day, we used to have an old tannoy. It looked like something out in the 1930s, 40s, 50s, something like that. And they plug it in. They plug the radio on. And BBC Radio used to do children's programming. So you then get these songs, and we'd get a big song sheet book that had come out, and we'd learn history while singing. So there was, as I say, we did the whole of the sort of like French Revolution, pre-revolution, and then obviously into Bonaparte. We did all the songs of the American Deep South, which was songs like "I Dream of Jeannie with the light brown hair, floating like a wafer on the soft summer."
I Dream of Jeannie. That was one of them programs with one of them really hot girls in the 70s, wasn't it?
Well, this is where there was a bit of a crossover with the name, but there was an American songwriter who wrote things like "Camptown Races Sing This Song, Doodah Doodah," all that sort of American.
2 buffalo girls go round the outside.
I can't remember his name now, but he's very famous American singer. So say when we was at school, we used to get these history sort of things.
All the best, Bucky friends.
We got to sing all the songs of those times and stuff like that. So we learned the other ones were sea shanties. So we learned all about sea shanties. All these amazing things that kids probably don't. And this was in. Do
you remember a few years ago when the sea shanties became popular again, especially that one that "Away the Wellerman come, we bring us sugar and tea and rum," and that you had like black guys doing reaction videos to it in their car, and they're like, "This is fucking dope!" Away, get right into it.
It's great old stuff. I mean, you still get that pubs. You must get it out there in
mate. What I love about pubs out here, right? Mm-hmm. Bear in mind, I've not been to a pub since I've moved up to where I am, right? But you go into a trad pub, yeah? You sit down, and you'll be 2-3 pints of Guinness deep, right? And all of a sudden, you'll notice a crowd in a corner. A boron comes out, and a fiddle comes out, and a guitar comes out, and it's fucking brilliant. It's so ancestral. It's so part of their culture still. Where in England, it's like you're in some fucking like all those Weatherspoons are just like airport departure lounges. Like you can see great big fucking music videos on the screen, but you can't hear anything.
Well, you get it in places. You get it in places like Cornwall, where you get guys with their fisherman's smocks on and all that sort of thing. They'll come down and they're folky singers, and we do get it around here. We used to actually have it just down in the pub down the road. You had the folk singers coming on a Wednesday night. It'd usually be quite a quiet night. They'd all sit round and they all get out their little instruments and their lutes and God knows else what. And they always sing, and the women always have a certain.
But it's all about it's all volkish. It's all folk. It's all about like ancestral like songs and stuff. And I just want to say to Toffee, making out I can handle his ease, but he's pissed off one cask of Buckfast. Just for the people in the in crowd, I did have 2 cans of special brew before I got on the stream.
The Buckfast Chasers. Yeah, that's a good name for a folk group, isn't it? The Buckfast Chasers.
There's Miss Becky Brew. The Buckfast Chasers. Yeah. Mickey and the Buckfasts. William. Yeah, fucking hell.
We're going to talk about the shrooms. Okay?
Yeah. So Toffee mentioned it earlier, right? There is a school of thought that like the right. Have you heard of like in the Bible the manna that appeared
manna from heaven.
In the morning? It was there. Now mushrooms do that. Mushrooms aren't there in the night, and then the next morning you've got a great big fucking mushroom there. They pop up overnight, right? You also get all fucking different sorts of fungi and mushrooms.
You got your ergot, wasn't it? Your ergot was
was a mold, wasn't it? That used to grow on grain.
Yeah, that's right. And that would have been an original form of LSD.
I believe LSD is synthesized.
Yes, it is. It's synthesized out of ergot.
It's synthesized ergot.
There used to be a very good rave song called, and she used to sing. Acid, she said, dilithium, dum 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 dum. Anyway, that's yeah.
Oh no, you lost me there, mate. You'll have to stick that on that guy's channel. What rave tune is this?
It's called Acid. And it is.
Yeah, I remember Acid. Acid, by was it Rob something, wasn't it? Acid.
Yeah, I'll find it. I'll find it, and I'll put it on your
Double R Records.
Yeah, I'll put it on there. But yeah, I mean, these things have been around a hell of a long time, so we've obviously been mucking around.
Well, like ergot is attributed to like the witch trials and witchcraft and all that. Like when they'd have whole you remember you hear like medieval stories of a whole village just dancing until they died.
That's right. Yeah.
There'd be like a dancing syndrome, and people were just dancing until they dropped down dead. They blame this on the mold growing on the ergot. The ergot growing on the grain that they'd saved to mill into bread and whatnot. Let me see if I can find a story about some of the dancing.
I think it goes back.
What do you call it? Dancing syndrome.
It's a dancing disease. I studied it.
She studied it. She wrote a thing on
The
it.
dancing plague of 1518, a bizarre event that occurred in Strasbourg, Alsace, modern-day France. Between July and September 1518, hundreds of people reportedly danced uncontrollably, seemingly for no reason, until they collapsed from exhaustion, and some even died.
Some even died.
I know I'm laughing because people died, but fucking, do you imagine just dancing for 40? I mean, I've danced for 40 hours probably over a festival, but I didn't eat no fucking fungi off of bread.
I wonder who was the one who got the dancing going. Do you know what I mean? I mean, were they all hearing?
Oh yeah, but that was normally me. Come on, lads, come on.
I'm feeling like, let's have a little boogie.
The one that had the first sandwich.
Sandwich? What?
Yeah, she's right. The one who went, who braved the buffet first.
Oh, Boogie got an unusual flavour. Oh, let's have Boogie.
This is a bit tart.
Oh, fancy a dance? Oh, go on then.
Look at him slumped in the corner, lightweight.
Give him a sandwich. Here, mate. You don't know who's selling any sandwiches, do you? Yeah, the dancing disease. That's some crazy stuff that went on in those days, right?
Yeah. I mean, my sort of thing with, and I probably have said it before, it's very difficult. But we were young, and we decided. Obviously, with our lot out in Essex, it was because I come from they come from a village. Everybody knew about mushrooms, and it was just mushroom seasons in. Everybody went up to Gallywood Common, which was just outside Chelmsford. There was a
cow fields, where you find them, where cows have been.
Well, this was an old race course, but there had been all sorts of animals grazing on it. So it's common land, actually, as you come into a place called Gallywood just before Chelmsford. And you go out there, years later, they just sprayed it all, so nothing now grows there. But there was a few places, and everybody would just go there, and there would be certain people were very good. I was very, very good at finding them. We used to call get your mushroom eyes on. So once you find one patch, you then start.
Oh yeah. I mean, like once you find one magic mushroom, you just look for that little black nipple, and you're away, man. They
and we collected. We must have had about 2,000 or 3,000 of these bloody things, and there was a lot. You know, it was a big bag of them.
What did you do? Eat them or fucking boil them?
Boiled them up in a kettle, put 1,000 in one kettle, and literally we're just so lazy, we just put it in some sort of like muslin cloth, stuck it in the kettle with the element and everything at the bottom, and then when we got it out, we put black currant. We used to put black currant with it.
We boiled them up in a sink once, and it turned into Gotham City.
Yeah, that was in Amsterdam, but yeah, so we put.
But were they the dried specialist ones you were on? They were
the ones, the Mexican ones. No,
blue with the blue tinge around the edge.
That's it. Oh, yeah. Worry, innit? When you see that.
I lived a few lives on them, mate.
When a mushroom's got its own blue vein, that's a worry.
Oh, mate, I honestly had the worst trip of my life on them. To be fair, there was at one point where I thought I'd been run over and I was dying, and my dad was there. Like going, trying to get some life back into me.
People there that aren't there, and as I say,
Aztec blues or something. That's fucking mate, yeah.
Was it not Cabanas or Cabanas or something like that? Cuban.
I don't know, but they love them. They love them in Mexico. They have like whole villages devoted to mushrooms.
But in Amsterdam, you get them. They go and get them out the fridge, wouldn't they? They just get them out the fridge. They'd be in a packet, and they go, "How do you want it? We give you some hot water in a big cup or something like that." And just they give you a pair of scissors. You chop them up, and people are just sitting there eating them and floating around in the top. Obviously, I don't think that you can do them anymore out there. I think they stopped it since.
I don't know. I think you still can do mushrooms out there.
They do them other things. You know, them truffles. They do the yeah. I think you can do truffles still for some reason. They're okay, but I didn't really ever rate the truffles. I thought they were a bit weak. But the Mexican mushrooms were absolutely spangly. Yeah, they were cool. But yeah, not really the thing you want when you're coming home the next day, and
you've got to get on a plane.
And you've got hangover with it as well, and you just feel like
hangover, stoned over.
guts going. You feel like you're going to shit yourself. Yeah, lovely. Just what you want on a plane. Luckily, it's only about 45-minute flight, so it's not too bad. But yeah. But so anyway, yeah, we did this 1,000 mushrooms, and that was awful. I mean, I actually came out of my body, which was the first time I'd ever had that, where I was just literally sitting on my hands and knees and came out of my body, and I felt like I had this cable on me. And I flew out of the roof, and I'm flying over Southend, but I had this sort of like great big cable on me, and I kept remembering, if I let go of this cable, I'm not going to be able to get back into my body again. So I managed to pull myself back down out of the sky and get into, which I could see my body below doing all this.
So you had a proper OBE then?
Oh yeah. It was I've never had anything like it. I didn't know who I was anymore. I didn't know what I was, whether I was a human being. I didn't know I was Michael, my name. And I didn't know where I was or anything like that, or who anyone else was in the room. And that was the most sort of delirium sort of.
No concept of concepts.
No, lots of ego, complete ego loss. I think old what's name calls it. The psychonaut from America.
Leary.
No, the one who talks like that. He talks like a right puff, but he's
what? Duncan Trussell.
He knocked around with Leary. Fuzzy hair bloke, psychonaut, wrote loads of books. He actually does some good talks and stuff, but he's sort of done every single drug going, and went off with his brother into the rainforest and stuff like that to do ayahuasca and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I can't remember his bloody name. No, not
Ginsberg.
No, it weren't Ginsberg. Yeah, you'd know him if you heard him. He's got that really sort of Californian weird voice.
No, not Hunter S. Thompson. No, he was a bit more bass.
No. It's one of them things. Mine.
Tom Hanks.
No, not Tom Hanks. This is the trouble. Too much.
Tom Hanks.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. You know Black Pill. Do you know Devon Stack? Yeah. Whenever I'm on a Sunday morning, Claire goes to me. She'd go, maybe we're laying there in bed, and she'd go, put Tom Hanks on. Because if you ever listen to him, Devon Stack, he's got exactly the same voice as fucking Tom Hanks. Anyone who listens to Devon, listen to his voice. He just sounds just like Tom Hanks.
Wilson!
Life's like a box of chocolates.
I'm sorry, Wilson.
I just called him Tom Hanks.
We were talking. Funnily enough, we were talking about him the other day, weren't we? On a private call, me and you, Mousy. Remember? We were talking about Castaway.
Yes.
And you say you get to that point in the film where he's on the plane coming home, and you're like, right, I'm done. I don't want to watch any more of this. This bit upsets me.
Yeah, it does upset me because of when he has to go in the garage with his missus, and and she still loves him.
She teases him. She comes out, has a little kiss in the rain.
She really winds him up in a way because and he loves her, but it can't be because she's got.
And you get that weird callback because like when he knocks his tooth out with the ice skate, right. And he's like, oh, my dentist was so-and-so. And it turns out that's who she gets with, isn't it?
Yeah.
Was his dentist.
Oh. And that's hard. But then he does meet that other bird at the crossroads when he takes the
cowboy. Yeah. You see, I would have rather have waited for her, to be fair, than the lesbian Jodie Foster. she was far more game. And she had a lovely dog.
It wasn't Jodie Foster. It wasn't his wife. Wasn't Jodie Foster?
It bloody was.
You sure?
Yeah.
It looked a bit like her, but I didn't think it was her. Have a look. I don't know if it was her.
No, it wasn't Jodie Foster.
Looks like her, very similar, but I don't think it was Jodie Foster.
Bitch.
I could be wrong.
Oh, sorry, Helen Hunt. I always get them two fucking confused.
Yeah.
Helen Hunt.
Yeah, no, it was it's a sad film that. But the rest of it, I love all the rest of it. He's a real lad. I mean, it's supposed to be again based upon a true story, which I've since found again off of Devon Stack. Anything that says based upon a true story is very artistically,
artistic licensed.
Yeah. Anyway. Where were we?
Yeah, so magic mushrooms then, right?
Yeah,
so you're an ape and you're surviving, and you've worked out how to get a stone and then open up a nut. You use a stone on a stone. Oh, I can get to the fruit of this nut and eat it, and now I'm getting different fats and I'm getting different.
Is that every Saturday night?
Is that you? Is you sit there, do you, opening up Brazil nuts with a couple of stones, do you?
Every Saturday night. And did you know they've had Dog Derby have just done a study and they've found that chimpanzees wipe their arses after they've had a poo. They paid for this sort of crap, didn't they? That sounds a bit weird, but who pays for this thing?
Who's paying for what?
Derby.
No, but see, that's a study that I could kind of half get behind, Mrs. Me. Like, it's the ones where they're like, let's send some guppies into space and see what their sexual response is at zero gravity. Let's put 4.4 billion into that study.
Studying a chimpanzee that watches him wipe itself off.
Let me tell you, there's a place in England called Monkey World. You've heard of it?
I've heard of Monkey World. We haven't been there.
We have there. One wanked itself off and the other one threw shit at us.
Yes, it's exactly my experience. Exactly. Yeah. But the thing was, I took a girl that I was really, really into there, right? And it was my birthday, and we bought an 8 for fucking sulfate, right? And we drove down there and we split an 8 for sulfate. It was like a chewit's worth of wits, right? And we were like, boom, boom. So it was about an hour later, and we're starting to get the waves of that fucking. Whoo, we're going there. We're going to the chimpanzee house. I'm like, you having a good time? And she went, not really. Goes, why? She goes, that monkey just shit in his hand and ate it. Let's go and see the ugly, shall we?
I would have been gagging. I've got a bad gag reflex. So anything with poo, sick, or things like that, and I'd just be going whoop whoop.
Oh yeah, monkeys will wank all day if you let them. Do you remember that clip where a chimpanzee's got hold of a toad and he's like,
yeah. You know what he's going to do with it as well, don't you?
I'm like, oh my god, you're basically just a degenerate human.
Don't give it a laptop.
No, you might type the whole works of Shakespeare.
Yeah, Monkey World. There used to be a TV series about it as well. There was a guy called Jim Cronin who died quite young from cancer. Him, his missus, and his best friend. They started it to rescue. It was a place that they got given some land from the government to start this place to look after monkeys that have been researched on and ill abused and stuff, you know, like that. And it's a fantastic place, but just avoid the chimpanzee house because they are basically just little degenerate humans.
I remember working at London Zoo in the howler monkeys every morning because we was working on this big. What's that part of London?
You were like, fucking hell, Notting Hill Carnival's not on again, is it?
It's not far from there.
Yeah. Do you know what? They were talking about cancelling that this year, and the head of the police of that region, and I can't find any fault in his logic, really. He said if we cancel it,
put it in the park. Right, put it in the park up the road.
He said if we cancel it, it goes, it will save lives.
Yeah, one life. If it saves one life, it's worth doing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's an awful thing. I mean, I tried it 3 times in my life as I grew up.
Oh, I went once and I had some jerk chicken and sort of like did a little boom, 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 and I was like, this isn't for me, man. This is not my festival.
Yeah, see, I'm not great with huge crowds, especially huge crowds when my head's got to be on a swivel, you know. And
not just on a swivel. It's got to be on a fucking like a magazine swivel. Yeah. There's no.
It's always been moody. I mean, it's not that it's got particularly any. I suppose it is worse now, but it was always.
Wasn't it last year? Some fucking like Swedish tourist girl got killed.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're like, what the fuck?
Well, I remember when I used to go there. I mean, I had long hair then, and it was a little bit sort of hippy dippy and all that sort of thing. And even still, you used to get some black people come up to me and just say, "What are you doing here? Why are you here, white boy? You know, this isn't yours, this is ours." You know. And
I remember the first time I ever went to Brixton on the tube. Right, I got out of the. You know, you come up and there's sometimes a couple of different entrances and exits. I got out onto the high street like that. I walked 10 yards to my left. We were going to a place called Mass. You know, Mass in Brixton. We were putting on a night there. Fuck knows why, but we put on a night there. We were going to meet the club owner. And I walked 10 yards. Sense Emilia, crack.
Yeah, that's it. As soon as you come out,
crack.
Ash. Well, it was Ash when my
Sense Emilia, crack.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah. Mind you, it's the same as over in Amsterdam. Every time I've gone to Amsterdam, but then it's Morocco. The Morocco.
I went to Amsterdam with a load of boys once, right? One of them loved his crack, right? And some black guy was like, "Yeah, I got the best crack in town." He goes like, "Come down this alley," and he goes, "Right." He goes, "I want to try a bit first, yeah." He put it on a pipe. Lovely bit of crack, right? Walked out thinking, and it was fucking candle wax.
Yeah. What was it? Was the first thing you ever learned going to any raves or any of these things? Never buy drugs off the black geezers.
Never, ever.
It always is shit, and they always do because they hate you and they don't really like you, and you're a fucking mug as far as they're concerned. So
big up the Bucky crew.
Yeah, you go get for it. So what's that one? It's a bit different. You said that one's got something in it. It's organic.
No. This is Buckfast is Buckfast, mate.
Is it vegans have it?
Vegans.
Well, you'd be surprised they might put some sort of like animal fat in it. You got to remember monks were playing it.
It doesn't have an ingredient list on. To be totally honest with you, it literally just says red wine based aperitif made by the Benedictine monks. Buckfast Abbey. Imagine if like you're a Benedictine monk and your life should be about solace and peace and love, but you know deep down that you're attributing to like degeneration of society.
But in a way, they were the opposite to the blacks at the fucking festivals and whatever, or the raves, because they were actually giving you something that did get you off your head.
The Benedictine monks.
Yeah.
When have you seen a Benedictine monk?
No, but they were the opposite. Well, if Benedictine monks had been at raves, you'd have got decent drugs. This is where we've gone wrong.
Yeah, make drugs religious again.
Yeah.
Which is a conversation in itself, you know, like if you go back to like people fucking like getting into religious fervor and frenzies and stuff like that and chanting and stuff. Oh, what the fuck were these guys on?
It's your manna, your soma.
Can you see that fucking? I've got a weird like line on my head there.
Only when you put your finger on it.
Yeah, but there's not hair. That's just like some weird fucking Nazi scar I've got from fencing. Have you seen? Oh, do you know what? Me and our mate Rags laugh. Whenever we watch an old like Nazi, like an old Nazi,
they've always got a scar, yeah.
An old World War II film, like from the 50s, 60s, 70s. You remember they were making World War II films literally 5 years after World War II ended with the propaganda, right? Yeah. So you've got the high-ranking Nazis, you've got their fencing scar, but they're all slightly gay, and they're all very psychopathic. They're like, yes, I want to see him with his skin flailed off. Do you know what I mean? It was
all very BDSM, isn't it? Yes. Yeah, they're very. Well, I suppose they had to cast them like that, don't they? I mean, if you're going to be the bad guy, be a fucking good one, you know. I mean, all your James Bond, a lot of your best James Bond films, you know, your villain has got that same sort of like.
Oh, did you see that fucking funny thing that Oh fuck! Where was it? I sent it to Rags. Where's Rags?
What about the new James Bond? Was it that one?
Yeah. Did you see that?
Yeah. There's I can't remember his bloody name.
Morgoth.
Yeah.
Morgoth. Yeah. He's like, sorry, mate. James Bond can't be played by a stranger.
That was Keir Starmer saying it or something like that. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Actually, I'll tell you what. There's been some really good memes recently, and it was what we were saying earlier because of what Keir Starmer's done, because of the present climate of things. I think with your Yay.
Oh, fucking
nice.
hell, mate! Did you see Ye's interview with Piers Morgan? Actually, let me take you back. Let me take you back slightly. Did you see Piers Morgan's interview where he had the 4 people on the panel, 2 black guys, a white girl and a white guy, and he was trying to coerce that white girl she was just some like trad wife like thing, and she was singing along to a hip hop tune.
Yeah, she's got her own channel, isn't she?
She was singing along to a hip hop tune, and she said the fucking the word that makes people chimp out, right? Yeah. I won't risk it. We all know fucking what word it is. It's like when someone says the N word. I'm just you've made me say it in my head now. you're not hiding anything. He dropped the N bomb. Oh, okay, that word.
I do think we possibly are allowed to say it now because I mean, since then and since Keir Starmer, as far as the way I see it, he's opened the floodgates now to us to be able to say the N word. Because now, look, if Keir Starmer hates them now,
strangers. I think that should be the new collective term.
Yeah,
I hate strangers. I sure hope there's no strangers around here. I have to say this because Toffee's asked me to say it as well, and it was a good comment as well. But he said about the Buckfast, it should be known as monk and disorderly. We had a mate Duncan who used to get off his fucking chops. Duncan disorderly.
Yeah, Toffee's also put benzodiazepine monks.
Fucking hell, Jesus! Imagine how different religion would be if they're all on benzos. They'd be crying all the time like fucking Jordan Peterson. There's no way that guy's not still on benzos, just crying like that.
Well, he had to go and kiss the wall as well, so he's.
He had to do this.
Yeah, I did see that.
Kiss the wall of the Roman 4 and go and look at a pile of shoes. That's the humiliation ritual, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. But she said she absolutely shut him down, didn't she? Old Piers Morgan on that thing. What she come out with, the way she laid it out, and I thought that was brilliant. I thought that was fantastic. So what I'm saying is that the mood at the moment is like, I think the
black fatigue thing isn't just an American centric thing. It's global.
And because we're so linked now, we all talk to our American cousins, so much. It's we're saying the things we've been saying it a long time, but I think Joe Normie is definitely catching up now, and the fatigue has washed down, and now they're coming out and saying stuff. So,
well, even the blacks are coming out and saying it. That's the thing. Yes. Like Chris Rock said it years ago. He goes. Do you know that the problems white people have with black people are the same problems black people have with black people? This was in the fucking mid-90s. He goes, and when I'm in New York and I'm using an ATM, he goes, I'm not looking over my shoulder for black people. I'm looking over my shoulder for Right? So this has been well known in the black fraternity for a very long time. And there was that one guy, Mark Dice, picked up on, and he was like, I'm fed up. He goes, black fatigue. He goes, yeah, goddamn, I got black fatigue. He goes, and that Carmelo Anthony bullshit was some degenerate punk shit. You know what I mean? He goes, in fact, we shouldn't call it black fatigue. We should call it what it is, fatigue. Yeah.
And it is, and I just feel that something's changed. I think as I say, the Overton window has swung another sort of 15-foot our way, and now because last night I thought, oh look, there's this lefty stream come up. Now I don't get many, but for some reason one did, and there was a guy on there doing he was a Corbynite, and he was going absolutely ballistic on there about. He's now Enoch Powell, he's Hitler, he's this, he's that.
Oh, I saw this fucking, I think it was Rags that posted it. I'm not sure whether he realised what he was posting, but it was like one of these split images, and it was half Keir Starmer and half Oswald Mosley. I'm like, what are you trying to compare there? Well, there's no comparison.
Yeah, but you've got to have fun with it. It's the optics, isn't it? It's what you want.
I guess so.
because it all helps. It all pushes. We can sit there going, oh, we know he isn't going to do nothing. We know he's not going to change the ECHR rules.
No, I just felt sorry for Oswald Mosley. To be totally honest with you, I would far vote for the British Union of Fascists than I would the fucking Labour Party. No, I'm not even joking.
But as I say, it's just good. It's just good to see them because they're going to attack his base as well now. They're attacking themselves from the inside now. And the beauty of that is we can sort of sit back and watch. You know, I think us on the nationalist side, I think if we just sat back now and just let it happen, I think it's going to happen. I don't know quite. I mean, it could go. The opposite thing is he could have done it deliberately as a wind up to get something to happen. I mean, that could be the other thing, that they want some sort of mass civil disobedience. And
I think they've wanted that for a while, mate, to really, really, really push in.
Yeah, but he can't go back on what he said, you know, just by saying that
speech. Are you talking about the speech where he said, look, Britain can't become an island of strangers. It's becoming an island of strangers,
that one. And that is what they are. They are going absolutely ballistic. So if it did come round to, I mean, I'm not saying obviously reform again aren't as far where we want them, but these are all tools that will. Well,
have you seen David Clues from UNN? Yeah. Have you seen his new tactic?
His new what?
His new tactic. His new the way he's going.
Go on.
Right, we get into reform, and we turn them into the party we want them to be.
Infiltrate. Yeah.
Infiltrate.
I mean, I can actually let you know now that I have friends who are councillors within reform who are doing exactly that. They've had to get rid of as much of their history as possible. But I know two guys, not here, not local to here, but they're not a million miles away, and they've got in there, and they're now councillors, and these guys are.
It's how listen. I've never really been if you can't beat them, join them kind of guy, right? Yeah, no. I've always wanted to win on my own merits and stuff, but maybe that is because all we've known from these people is infiltration. Look at how Corbyn got in.
Well, we haven't got a vehicle, have we? Let's face it. No. So what do? You've got to jump in somebody else's and nick it. I mean, and possibly.
I like that analogy. Yeah, I like that. We haven't got our own fucking motor heading the right way at the moment, so we'll fucking hijack someone who carjack it. We'll carjack someone who is slightly our way. Not ideal, but we'll fucking change the radio to our station. There you go. You can have that one for free.
Yeah, and listen to this while you're going along.
What was Sensum's channel? 109.fm. we will 109 these motherfuckers.
109. But it's it, you know. There is no other way, so why not? Fuck it, why not? You know, what you got to lose? You got nothing to fucking lose, really, because
nothing to lose.
We'll lose.
Not at this point. Not at this point.
But if you've got enough fervent people there in the background, because a lot of these SIVNATs, I mean, okay, there's certain ones.
I tell you what, you talking about SIVNATs? Let me just say something quickly. What? Have you noticed how quickly Paul Thorpe, Danny Tomo, Mayor Toosey, all that have all suddenly stepped back and not doing political videos anymore?
I didn't know that. I thought Toosey was still doing it. He did something like
listen, Toosey maybe, but Paul Thorpe especially, because he's only been in this before 2 years ago, he was on there talking about the watches and stuff, and your watches. Fucking Rolex, you're watch. What you ever watch? Reminds me of that. What's that fucking bald guy who used to do the fucking cowboy builders? What is a prick? Is he a prick? Let me tell you what, you're a prick.
I don't know, but yeah, no, he's stepped back because he reckons
he's hiding in fucking Benidorm. Last video I saw.
He is. He's packed it in.
They've had a word from the fucking state because Tommy's been told, right? Yeah. You don't take that video down, you're going straight back to court after your sentence, and you're going to do exactly the fucking same sentence you've just done.
Yeah, they have told him that.
Yeah,
I have told him that. You know,
which I will say is fucking disgusting. by the way.
It is.
Yeah, I'm fucking no fan of fucking Shlomi Robinstein. And anyone who wraps that Star of Ramphafet around them, the satanic fucking Star of David around them, is no friend of mine. All right, I'll tell you that now. But for nothing, for free.
No. He's you know, I probably stopped following him around about 2000.
Listen, one of the greatest things I did was a couple of months ago was unsubscribe from Mayor Tootsie, Paul Thorpe, all that lot, and to be fair, and like even after I unsubscribed to them,
you're still going to
their videos were still coming up until I clicked on the 3 dots and said, "Do not show me content from this creator."
I didn't know you could do that. So
yeah. My life has been a lot more simpler because not that I watch the videos, but just seeing their stupid, smug, fucking Israel-loving faces used to fucking get my cortisone going, you know?
Yeah, I mean, as I say, the only reason I originally had Paul Thorpe was because he had an air gun channel.
Because you like the watches, yeah?
No, I didn't like the watches.
I've got a Rolex Oyster. Got a Rolex Oyster here. Yeah, we were about that. Can't work anymore. It's radioactive. Never heard of the Fossy girls. The oppression they suffered from the Muslims. Fucking one-way ticket to Civ Nattery, mate. Fuck them cunts.
Yeah. But you know that, as I say, if they're off the scene, it's a little bit of an open season, and I'm seeing a lot of these Civ Nats are sort of listing out. You still got a big infiltration of that Israel fucking bunching with them and saying, you know, they're putting the flags all up and all that bollocks, but. Every now and then I'll keep my eye on just to see what they're up to because they are quite funny.
Yeah, but the thing is, right? Let's talk about this because it's the beautiful thing is like the more things come out in the open, the more things that get hit by the sunlight. Yeah. So Trump's gone. Fuck you, Netanyahu.
Yeah.
You're treating me like a fucking wanker. You're trying to manipulate me. You're trying to get me to do things that I don't want to do. That are not. I'm no Trump fan, right?
No.
But I think he's, and I hate the term the lesser of two evils.
Look, Trump's an egotist, isn't he? And there's no way he wants to be, you know, outdone by Netanyahu. So,
Benjamin Mikhailovich, let's call him by his fucking real name, right? Yeah. He's not Semitic in there. This is how they've twisted things, right? They call you anti-Semitic for hating on the current Zionist occupation of Palestine, right? Those people aren't Semitic. They're European. They're Eastern European. The Arabs that they're currently chopping into fucking bits and blowing to bits with American and UK made fucking devices, they're Semitic. So they've got you using the word anti-Semitic against the wrong bunch of fucking people.
So does this mean you're friends with Gary Lineker again now?
I'm not friends with Gary Lineker, but fuck me. Do you know what I mean? No, listen, I'm not friends with any of them fucking wankers. I'm not pro one side or the other. Fuck them both. They can both fuck each other into oblivion, as far as I'm concerned.
100%.
You don't like the crisps that much.
No, they nick your crisps still.
Salt and Lineker.
Yeah.
There was Salt and Lineker. There was Cheese and Owen.
Cheese and Owen.
There was Smokey Beckham. And there was Paul Collymore.
I did really. I
made the last one up. I made the last one up. There was definitely Cheese and Owen and Smokey Beckham, though. Prawn Collymore I made up. Wasn't he some sort of like fucking rapist, domestic abuser?
Oh, Stan Collymore.
Stan Collymore, wasn't he?
Yes.
Fucking what's her name? I'll never forget that time. She used to be on Shooting Stars, didn't she?
Who's that?
Ulrika Johnson.
Oh God, yeah.
I'll never forget the time you had both Bob and fucking
putting his leg up on a finger.
Yeah, like they went, she's football crazy, she's football mad. I can't think of a footballer Ulrika's never had.
Who was the DJ bloke who used to be on it then? He was quite funny. Mark Lamar. Now
Mark Lamar.
I think
he was Never Mind the Buzzcocks.
Yeah, but he was also on that. They used to call him He's a 50s geezer.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, he's a 50s on the bin man. Yeah, where's me washboard?
But Mark Lamar's a fucking good DJ. He's a good DJ. He used to have nights out in London and stuff like that, different places and clubs and stuff. And I see him in around Soho way. There used to be a club down there that used to do a lot of like Britpop music and stuff. And he used to come on and do a load of like freak beat stuff and all that. And it was all very sort of like modern, mixed in with sort of jazzy stuff, but also like bit
of acid jazz, yeah.
Yeah,
nice.
Acid, yeah. It would come under acid jazz, yeah. Suppose, yeah. Nice. Intelligent jazz, intelligent
nice.
jazz. Yeah, that's it. That's Charles Peterson.
Oh, have you ever seen that fucking video of Craig Charles? You remember Craig Charles used to play Lister?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that video of him DJing in a club like that? His nut.
Yeah.
And he's playing a funk version of the Rainbow theme tune. There's
another one that was apparently a good DJ. I mean, Toppy probably know Craig Charles because he's.
I think they're housemates actually.
Yeah,
if I remember rightly, Toffee was saying he lives with him. Is that true, Toffee? I can't
remember. What's he say? Billy says, "I take you will be making this one private straight away."
No,
too close.
No, not said anything racist. Not said anything. No, not a fucking chance. This one's going private. None of my streams will go private. Fuck that shit. Yeah. I'm not. Listen, this is the thing that really annoys me, right? There's these two words, right, that have been used in the English and not just the English, but the language around the world since they've been things, right? One is, I'm going to say it out loud now. One is suicide, yeah?
Yeah.
And one is raped, okay? Both legitimate words, okay? But for some reason now, these big content creators either beat the word or they say something like self-delete.
Yeah.
Or unalive themselves.
Unalive.
Or they go graped.
Graped.
No, she was either raped or she wasn't.
Yeah, I know.
She wasn't graped. He didn't kind of self-delete himself. He committed suicide. It's like what have we got to this point in?
Well, the thing is, you had to find out, and the only way you found that out was when your video got taken down. I mean,
listen, I've got 11 people watching. If they really give a fucking shit.
No, they won't worry about that. The algorithm.
Now down to 9. I've got the two people from the 77th Brigade who just fucking knocked out. Murder. Yeah, you're right. Murder. It's like what? It's like what the fuck are we doing to ourselves? Like. Okay, so this woman was brutally raped. You want to make fun of that word? You want to put a G in front of it?
I know.
Or do you want it to stand for what it actually means?
I've done it when I put things in comment sections and I've had to put the G on it because just that that comment will just in fact as soon as you go and try it because I always make spelling
it's gone. This is the world we live in, mate.
So fucking crazy, isn't it?
It's upside down, it's back to front, it's left to right, you're telling me. What was that tune? Upside down. Why are you telling me? Fucking disco. Yeah, San Francisco.
You was playing a bit of disco earlier on, weren't you? When I came on and you was.
I wasn't actually. I was playing a Art Garfunkel and an Art Garfunkel Jr. song, and it was I won't let you down. You down. There's been some great remixes of it over the years.
It was around the same sort of time, wasn't it? It was around the disco time. But it was on the.
But like when I was DJing, like after I was like proper like just playing hardcore, happy hardcore trance and that. I used to play some do's and stuff, and I'd have the 12 inches of them because they all got repressed, and I'd be playing stuff like you can ring my bell, ring my bell. Dun, 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 dun. But the 12-inch versions gave you room to do a bit of mixing, because they were like fucking 6-7 minutes long. And I had a load of chic stuff. Le chic, the freak, you know.
Yeah, because you have the beat bit, and you could literally
because you had the beat there. That's how mixing started.
Yeah,
that's how mixing started. And you'd have
Did you ever try scratching?
last night a DJ saved my life. You know?
Yeah, the rap bit of that song is so cheesy.
Oh, it's totally cheesy. But then I used to play stuff like White Lines,
Grandmaster Flash.
The Message.
Don't push me, cause I'm close to
yeah. Roaches in the bed, roaches in the bed, junkies in the alley with a baseball bat. Yeah, Anita Ward, that's it. Ring my bell. Anita Ward.
Oh, God, bloody hell, yeah. And Car Wash, Ugly Truth just come out.
Yeah, Rolls Royce.
That's actually a good track.
Rolls Royce, yeah. They all got remixed. They all got remixed of a remix of a remix of a remix. You'd have the 95 remix and the 97 remix and the 99 remix, and it was all just brought up to tempo and the latest studio techniques and stuff. Do you know what I mean?
Well, we were saying the other day they nicked a lot of the blaxploitation sort of songs, which were sort of around that sort of.
Listen, can we have an honest conversation about like where dance music originates from, where most music, where rock and roll originates from, is from black fucking music. There's no real denying that, is there?
Well, let's not get there, because I've had this conversation with Lumi. Actually, it might be one when he comes on. He has the opinion. I could get this wrong, so don't. I shouldn't quote it.
Right, Illuminata says nonsense. Right, so Lumi, put a pin on this. Because I'm of the opinion that if you devolve music back from where it came from where that idea came from where that idea came from where that idea came from, it does seem to emanate from the blues and gospel and shit like that. But I'm all right. Okay, what instruments did they invent? Well, you're going a little bit out on a limb there for me. That's fine. That's fine. I'll have that conversation. 100% they weren't playing the fucking loop.
it would go back to your slave song, wouldn't it? And as I say, then as you was introducing Christianity to them and things like that. But
right, so the whites kind of like made them. I don't know why I'm filling this glass up.
What would we have had? A lot of people say that I think maybe Illuminati might be sort of aspiring to the fact that you had folk music coming out of Ireland. And that went over to America.
100%. I've never seen a black man play a fiddle. Never.
Yeah.
Or a boron.
We said lute.
Well, we didn't. Yeah, we might.
Well, lute, which was the first one.
Yeah, but it wasn't. Would you say the lute was a rock and roll? The lute was not a rock and roll.
Irish then over tap dancing.
Well, they danced, but they also had.
They used to have the clogs and they tap dance, and so did the Easter.
Well, you can see if you look at like I say modern day America, but if you look at where the Appalachian Trail is, where a lot of Irish and Scottish people, they still dance.
Yeah,
like what you think the Irish dance like.
And then you can go into where it sort of crossed over on the Cajun side. And that will be
Lumi. This is a fact. Lumi. Please, if I forget, please pick me up on this, because this is a fantastic. This is the kind of thing I like to talk about. Because listen, I haven't got a closed mind. I'm willing to.
Yeah, I'm open to it as well.
Accept what you say. But I'm just saying, like Elvis. We know Elvis released a gospel song with a rock and roll song as the B-side. Right.
Was Elvis the big? If you want to go.
I'm not saying he was the start or the beginning. It goes back further than that. I'm just saying that Sun Records was a big, Cole Perkins, and it was a big turning point for music. And you hear a lot of people. Listen, I want to be wrong. I want to be wrong.
Yeah, I think what he's trying to say is
I don't know how you get Belgian techno from fucking slave trance, but I'd like to follow the path back and find out where that fucking diverted. I
suppose I think that Lumi was trying to almost say that classical music leads more into the rock music branch, you know, the eventuality of heavy
Right,
metal.
that's fine, right? Okay, but I'm talking. That's fine, and we can talk about that because that's such a big gap of time.
Yeah.
I'm talking from the 1930s, 40s, 50s, where you had the blues, like Robert Johnson and
Cat Calloway.
all these fucking what was his name? Big Gut, fucking Slim, or whatever his name was. These prisoners and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you've got you ain't never no. You know, and fucking Bill Haley and the Comets and that, you know, like
who had Sun Records in, because you know you've got that what's that film, the really good one where he's at Sun Records and the Soggy Bottom Boys turn up, that sort of thing, you know.
Sun Records, that was Cole Perkins.
Yeah, he was the guy who used to do all the recordings, didn't he? And then
Cole Perkins, I think, did the first version of Blue Suede Shoes, right?
Possibly, yeah.
All Elvis's songs he never wrote them, and he nicked them off. Well, people wrote for him, or took them from old records.
Yeah, they were
gospel records.
Yeah, he just jazzed them up a bit, you know, and brought them. But that's what we do.
Because he had the looks and the moves.
Well, he was the acceptable face of it more, especially in that sort of part of
He
all
got
America.
banned from shaking his hips around.
Yeah,
They said it corrupted women.
Used to give women the old orgasm just looking at his hips. Woo!
Yeah.
Used
to make him drip like a fucked fridge.
Where'd you
I've had a few of them.
Wait, shush. Enough of that. Anyway, yeah.
Enough of that. What are you talking about?
Talking to your
he's talking to you. Stop being so bullshit.
Yeah, stop being so rude.
Right, I'm going on.
Go on, you go home.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. Like, Lumi, like, as much as I want to talk about battles and fucking.
Oh, you've got to do this. You've got to do what we do. You know, start off with, some of the subjects we've covered tonight, you know, Graham Hancock, we've done the. We've done French caves, we've done the fucking Valley of the Nile, we've done, you know, all of that stuff, and then we've gone off into mushrooms, we've gone into what haven't we covered? Spaceships taking photographs of the planet from above, and now we're on to the base of where rock and roll come from. So this is actually why I love live streaming. To be fair, I don't really like a formula.
A formula.
A straight formula,
like,
yeah.
I've got my book.
You're never going to get that from me.
I've got my book here, right? And I'll write down who my guest is, yeah? And then I might write a few things for each guest, right?
Oh,
Mousecat, I don't even bother. I'll just leave a blank fucking page, right? I haven't written anything down for tonight. Put it that way. Well. I knew I didn't have to.
Oh! I missed out some of my props tonight.
What props have you got?
Well, it goes back really. I suppose it's going full circle. We're circling back now.
No, that's all right.
I've got a papyrus, a penguin.
All right, okay.
This is Horus. So this is your mate who's coming on very soon.
Horus will be on the 15th of June. Horus is on.
Yeah. Look at the bird holding it up. He looks quite happy. Look, he's got.
I know. It's fucking. It's actually, he looks a bit like is that actually proper papyrus? Is it?
It is. Yeah. He looks like.
Can I explain it?
You can.
You can explain it, Mrs. Me. Go on.
Because they are mine.
These are hers. Go on, and you pop on.
Yeah, she can explain it, Mickey.
Well,
give it. I'll tell you what. Go and have a tinkle, and maybe fill up with a glass of bourbon, and then rejoin me.
I might do actually.
Yeah, go on. Fuck it. Why not?
Yeah, get him out my hair for a while. Hello,
Mrs. Me.
What do you want?
I'm not sure everyone knows your name, so I'm not going to use it just in case they don't.
Are you sitting comfortably? Shall we begin? Hello. What do you want? What do you want to know? Right. This is an original piece of papyrus on papyrus paper. And I got that.
Right, what is papyrus? Is that made from reeds?
Yeah. It's the original what they used to write the scrolls on.
Yeah.
And from ancient Egypt. So it's 1986. I was over there for a couple of weeks. Went to Alexander, Cairo, Valley of the Kings, when there was actually dead people down in Valley of the Kings.
Have they removed all of the mummies and whatever
now,
you know?
yeah. But my mum was offered quite a few camels for me. And
I can imagine. Oh, listen, I've seen pictures of you from the late 90s. I can imagine.
But she couldn't fit him in her case, so I had to go home with her. But she was, I think she was...
Listen, just before you crack on with that, how many camels do you think your mother would have accepted?
3.
3?
Oh, yeah, definitely 3.
Nah, you're definitely a 15 camel girl if I've ever seen one.
15 camel. And I get the hump as well. Yeah, more for the Egyptians for getting hold of me. This is another. I've got loads. Oh, look. What was that that fell out? These are all original painted papyrus.
Oh, wow. The old fucking... So now hold that first one up.
The first one, yeah.
Yeah, with the boat on.
Yeah.
Now, right. Now, are these the boats that they would have... Are these the barges that they would have transported the big stones on?
Yes.
Okay, so they use sails as well.
Yeah, they use sails. The Nile was quite big then, and back in them days, the whole valley was very, very green. So round by the Sphinx, which is older than the pyramids themselves.
Oh, but I would say by a vast amount of time, as well. By the way.
Well, they've found things underneath it. It goes down vast under the pyramids, but there are pyramids all over the place. They keep discovering them.
Yeah, I think there's about 300 odd pyramids.
And they're also over the other side of the world as well.
They're in Bosnia, they're in China, they're in South America.
Yeah, it's very weird. And what was it? Tesla, the original real Tesla,
Nikolai,
worked out that it was like a
power grid.
Yeah, that's another.
It was all down to ley lines and natural magnetism and stuff.
I don't know what that one is, but there you go. If I hold that up, you can see that one.
Is that one of the ones where a black man is cleaning a white man's bum?
No. It's a few ducks in it, but no, he's shooting an arrow, and his wife sitting there passing arrows to him. So I don't know what that is, but yeah, we picked these up, but they're all hand painted and gold gilded. What else have we got here? Ooh, look at that one. I haven't seen these for years. That's a group of lesbians.
Yeah. Can you? Listen. I was going to say post me that, but don't, because the last thing you posted me didn't turn up. So.
No. This one is playing the instruments. That's a lot.
She's playing what, the lyre? Is it called a lyra?
Lyra or something like that.
And there's a harp.
Yeah, I don't know why they need 3 of them to do it, but the other 2.
Well, it's a band, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the other 2 are calling her a bitch because she knows how
Spice Girls. It's like Egyptian Spice Girls.
Yeah, it'd be like that.
Yeah, well, more the Sugar Babes.
Yeah,
more the Sugar Babes or Atomic Kitten.
That's some sort of king.
That looks quite sort of priestly class.
Yeah, all sort of things like that. We picked them up, and it's got a certificate of authentication and a receipt.
Oh, my friend, special price for you, my friend.
Yeah. All I want is your daughter. How much for your children?
20 camel for your beautiful blue-eyed, blonde-haired daughter.
Oh, they were all very much like that.
Oh, I know. They brought it with them. Don't worry about that.
I got stuck on the front of a horse-drawn sort of carriage, which the horse needed a really good bit of dinner with a toothless wonder, and he was trying to touch me up, and I go, "Oh, Mum, you'll be all right, Claire, don't worry." Right, Right, that still goes over there. And you're not allowed to smuggle out, so don't tell anyone. Egyptian money from that era. So they've got
Egyptian money.
Egyptian money.
So who's it got on then?
It's got some. I think it's Ramesses III, and it's a £10.
Hang on a minute. You were there in 1986.
Yeah.
And that's paper money.
Yeah.
Ramesses III.
Yeah, well, it's not his one. He didn't have paper money. That was
of course
the
he
money.
didn't. He was from fucking 1218 BC.
Yeah, I know. He didn't have to carry cash. He was a king.
No, he just tapped his phone. That's all right.
He just
authorised.
Yeah. But that's because you weren't allowed to take like money out of the country. But my mum was
okay, yeah. I mean, like Egypt's been been involved in a few not major all-out wars, but it's been involved in what could have been like you had the Arab-Israeli war, didn't you, in the late 1960s?
Oh yeah,
which is when our greatest allies, you know, them people who live on stolen land, yeah, they
just after the Suez Canal.
I don't know when that was, but was it 1967 when Israelis bombed fuck out of USS Liberty?
Yeah, something like that. But someone shot their president in Egypt, and then it all kicked off in the Suez Canal, and we had a
Suez Canal. That was the 50s, wasn't it?
Liberty must have been late in 67 because Israel wasn't formed. Was it Bay of Pigs 67 or was that?
Yeah, but Israel was 1948, right? Yeah. Suez Canal crisis was 1956, right? That's 11 years after the Second World War, right? US Liberty was a spy ship. That was I said 1967, didn't I?
Was it?
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
Yeah, 1967. And the Israelis mistook it. A giant fucking American spy ship flying the stars and stripes. Mistook it for an enemy ship.
Friendly fire.
Oi, and listen. And when the captain of the USS Liberty, because the first thing they bombed with rockets. First thing they hit with rockets was their communications, right? They knew exactly what they were doing, yeah. And when one able seaman was managed to get contact to the 6th Fleet, right, which was still a couple of 100 miles away, and they sent jets out. McNamara said, "Call them back. We don't want to embarrass an ally."
Well, they killed. They even come after him when they were in the water. The sailors in the water and just try to finish.
I know they did. I know they did.
They're not
because that's who they really are.
Yeah. Anyway,
by their fruits, you shall know them.
Yeah.
By their fruits. You got a bourbon there, Mickey?
A thing called I think it's called Woodside Reserve. It's It's the bottle is exactly the same as the Statesman. You know the film Kingsman, and they've got their drink. Well, this is the bourbon of the Woodford Reserve Statesman one.
I'm one glass away from finishing a whole bottle of Bucky's and a couple of Specky brews. So I'm feeling a little bit.
Yeah, this is a nice. This is the last of it, and
what's it? A sipping? Is it a sipping bourbon?
Very sippy one. Yeah, it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. I tell you, there used to be a very
just nice and warm on the old fucking throat.
Yeah. And I just have a little bit of
on the cracker.
I treat it like a decent whiskey. So you have a little bit of
a couple of ice cubes,
water, and an ice cube, or just an ice cube. That's it, really. But you have a little bit of water. Just.
I used to like Maker's Mark.
Oh yeah.
With a wax top. Or monkey shoulder. That was quite a nice drop as well.
Yeah, I'd bottle that. It takes me about a year to get through it.
Oh yeah, I'm not a big hard liquor guy. Look, I've had a fucking. It's got my fucking thing for my dad on. Look for Christmas there. But
Yeah.
look, I've had that for 3 years.
Yeah.
A litre of fucking Powers.
Yeah, you've got to be in the mood for it. It's
Yeah. I'm not a big liquor. Listen, if I was an alcoholic, that would have been fucking done a long time ago and thrown in the bin. You know what I mean?
For breakfast on cornflakes.
Right,
Yeah, you can have your chair, but I've shown my.
Thank you so much. Oh, listen, I don't want. Listen, Mickey, can you put your fingers in your ears for a second? Mrs. Mousecat, thank you so much. Thank you so much for showing me your papyrus.
Yeah.
We keep that between me and you, all right?
Yeah.
Oh, DJ fucking double decks in the background.
I'll get me papyrus out anytime.
Thank you, my lovely.
Do you want me to send you some copies of them?
Only if the fucking postman's going to fucking deliver it this time. I'm really gutted about that. What happened with your mum's book? Because like, there's only like so many of them in existence. You know what I mean?
I know. The bloody post is getting on my nerves. I've got Pretty Patel on it at the moment.
Have you really?
Everything that's going missing. So.
I'll tell you what. To be fair, if I ask anyone to post me anything anymore, right? Yeah. Like there's an OG scrub who sends me stuff from time to time, right? Yeah. And I will always give him a tenner more for the guaranteed by 1 p.m. the next day.
Yeah. Well, I do that. I mean, during Christmas time.
Because it's got a £500 insurance value on. Yeah.
Yeah, but they don't respond. This happened to me a couple of times. When my mum died, I sent loads of ornaments to my sister. They all turned up smashed, and I put the insurance on. They went, "Oh no, this isn't insured. That's not insured. That's not insured. That's not insured." There's hardly.
Well, at the counter when you took my money. Yes, I did, Toffee. I did. I've had them printed. I've also got them on a banner, which I'm going to hang over the fucking M2 on a banner drop soon. So if you don't like it, you can fucking suck, Toffee. You can chew on my Highland toffee. What? Oh, listen, do you remember when you were young, you used to get the Highland toffee bars?
Yeah.
I don't like toffee.
For 10p.
I don't like toffee.
What makes making toffee at a higher altitude better? At sea level.
Oh yes, it's taffy. Really? It's
no. Taffy is definitely an Americanization of toffee, and it's fucking shit.
Isn't it salt content?
Saltwater taffy, they call it. Saltwater taffy.
Someone should be called that.
But something happens in chemistry that if it's made at a higher level, it's different. It's like an altitude thing.
Right now, you sound like a witch.
I am. Hello. I put a spell
if it's brewed at 1,500 meters, Zara, it'll make you feel like this.
You asked me. I'm a witch.
Listen, listen, Mrs. Mousecat.
I'm going to give you back to him now.
Yeah, I know you are, but I'm going to get you on in a week or two when it's me and you, and we're going to have a spooky chat.
On a Thursday.
Oh, yeah.
The Thursday one.
On a Thursday. I'll tell you what, 2 weeks today, me and you will have a spooky chat.
Oh, that'd be good.
All right?
I can.
And Mousecat can hang around in the background, throwing in the odd comment or phrase and going, I'll say something a bit saucy here.
Just people walking around going, "You talking shit, love."
I'll just be rolling the eyes.
Oh. And then have a go at me after. You said this, you said that.
I do.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. I love it when you two get fucking. I love it when you listen. Do you remember when Al Mack came on and said, "Look, if this stream gets £50 donated tonight, Rags and Jack's next stream will have to be like a Mrs. and Mrs. Me in it stream, where they sit together, but they bicker the whole time."
Oh, we can do that. we're past, we're past the stage of.
Exactly. There's no turning back for you two. This is it.
Well,
This is it.
I've had to go to the Cuban embassy to get to.
I know, and evidently you didn't even fucking need to.
But no, we now have to get it apostolized. And I went, let's cut the crap. Why don't you just stick us in a room for an hour and you can tell we've been married for 30
Oh,
years.
yeah. Well, you're both like that, not looking at each other back to back.
Oh, no, that never happens. That just happens for a split second.
Yeah, we're not them couples that just stop talking.
No, we're vocal.
Listen,
we never
they don't work, and I know that from experience because that's how my last relationship broke down by not fucking talking, by thinking you're better by being stubborn.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we have a ding dong.
We have a blowout.
And
well, that's the best fucking way. And then I used to brag. I used to brag to my pals. Me and the missus have been together 2 years, and you know what? We haven't had a single fucking row. But I wish I'd had 12.
Yeah.
Well, we'll just go. We say,
yeah. That's what we used to do. I'll tolerate this. I'll tolerate this because I love you.
It will say, or I say, do you want a cup of tea?
And
then carry on another conversation.
There is a bit where I say, we can have arguments as long as we don't get disrespectful and go down to the lowest common denominator.
Yeah, there is that. There's always that. Like there's no need for ad hominem shit.
Yeah.
Well, a little bit, but not too far, because I mean,
all
you do is you leave that little seed in the back of the head.
Oh,
Then the person sitting there going, "Well, did you really mean that?"
Never leave that seed in a woman's head because she will fester on it and she'll grow an oak tree.
Oh shit! Oh, fuck it! Do you know what?
No,
you won't need any fucking what's the word I'm looking for? Fertilizer. You won't need no fertilizer, my love. That seed will grow like fucking buggery.
We
just have a row and then get over it and move on.
But the bickering's just part of the day to day. It doesn't mean nothing.
And do you know what the beautiful thing is? If Mickey was wearing your cardigan, he wouldn't look out of place either. You're at that stage now where you could clothes swap. You'd be all right.
Once he falls asleep on the set, I'll take my jumper off, I'll put it down there, and I go, "Oh, there you go." She goes, "Oh, that's really nice. You've done that." I'm sitting there freezing, right?
Yeah. Do you know how many jumpers, like over the years when we didn't have hoodies when I was young, hoodies wasn't a thing, but like jumpers, sweaters, and then the hoodies I've lost to girls who've gone, "Can I just fucked off with it." Like you might have been with them for a year or two after that as well, but you never fucking saw it again.
No, because Jacket's got your smell on it. I like.
I can smell your. I can smell your musk.
This is the cat's cardigan. The cat tears it off, mate, and says, "Give me the cardigan," and he'll like do some weird umpy dump sex on it.
Yeah, Palmer's in the house.
And
Palmer's in the house.
Yeah, he will just sleep on it. So I've lost my cardigan. So it's called the cat cardigan.
Cat cardigan.
Full up with hairs.
Yeah.
Fleas and whatever else. Right, come on,
I'm out the way. Yeah.
Lovely. Oi, I'll see you in a couple of weeks. Listen, think of some things as well you want to talk about, all right?
Me, think of things to talk about.
Yeah, whether you want to go down ghosts or witches or monsters or myths or legends or whatever, because I'm talking to you. So you've got to bring it to me, all right?
All right, you won't get a word in edgewise.
That's fine, because listen, it's going to be a fucking tough competition if it's that. Because you know what they say about me. Let them speak, motherfucker.
When I was young, so.
Well, we can keep you off the buck fast, I reckon.
No, let him have his buck fast. I'll be on the cider anyway, so.
I won't. I'll tell you what I won't be on. I won't be on the cuck fast. All the best, my lovely.
All right, lovely. Right, let's fluff up the hair.
Thank you for showing me your papyrus.
I'll photocopy it.
Yeah. If you're going to send me anything, fucking photocopy it so it's not original, all right?
Yeah. At the moment, I look like the tall bloke out of, remember Police Squad? Was it Police Squad with Leslie Nielsen? And there was always the tall one. And you never saw the top of him.
Yeah.
Yes, I do remember that. Was it Police Squad? I thought that was Jackie Chan, wasn't it? Police Squad. That was Police Story, wasn't it?
No, Police Squad. You know Leslie Nielsen?
Leslie Nielsen, when they used to shoot each other.
From Aeroplane.
You know,
Naked Gun.
Yeah, well, when he was in the police station, there was always this big tall couple come and handed him papers.
That's right. Yeah, and you never saw the top of his head. It's a bit like when you never saw her indoors from Arthur Daly.
That's right.
Yeah. What am I going to get her indoors for Christmas?
Right, I'll see you later. Love you all.
All my fucking love, girl. Take care.
Love you. See you.
Love you too, sweetheart.
Yeah, do you reckon now? I reckon Dangerfield must be funny because you've got a few pop in there. I see bad.
Yeah, I reckon Dangerfield must have fucking rinsed a few more bricks worth.
I've got to listen to later on tonight.
Exactly. And I bought my brick, so I don't have to feel guilty.
Oh, you brick? Yeah, I
bought my brick.
Yeah.
So it's not like I've ducked out because I don't want to give him any money.
No, you've got the investment.
He's had my score.
Does the brick go up as the value of the property goes up? That's the
thing, isn't it? Because I did wonder about that because I texted him and I said, could you put this on my brick? And he said, I can put this on your brick, and it was one word less. I was like, oh, okay, right. So it's and then you asked for a fucking whole song lyric to be put in your one.
All in all, we're just bricks or something like that.
All in all, we're just the Mousecats in your wall or something. And I asked for 3 words, and he went, "Fuck you."
It was good. It was a good one as well. But no, it's just his engraving skills, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, let's see. All the best to him. Listen, I wish you the very best.
What did you think of the papyrus? Because I was in the other bit. The trouble is with that whiskey, I was trying to get out there. It was not whiskey, bourbon. Because when I went to take the lid off, the top off, it's got a cork on it, and it broke. And I was like, "Fuck!" So I had to get a bottle opener.
It's because you've had it that long.
It probably could be. You know,
the cork's gone a little bit.
Yeah.
Wait, do you remember? Do you remember? Right, when you used to go to a restaurant that didn't have a license, and if you bought your own drinks, you used to have to pay something called corkage.
We've got that up the road. We've actually got an Indian restaurant up the road that hasn't got a license for alcohol, but you can bring your own wine and go or whatever you want to drink, and you can sit in there and have your own drink.
Yeah,
but they haven't got a license to sell you alcohol, but you can bring a drink and have your Indian in there.
Good night, Ams. I know it's 11:30 where you are, my little Finnish darling. You take it easy and you make them ham and cheese toasties for toffee, all right?
I didn't know Ams was Finnish.
She's not Finnish.
But
she's very much from my neck of the woods down in Hampshire. She New Forest girl, right? She grew up with the ponies and the cattle. But she, from what I've talked to Amber, she's travelled a lot. She's been to Israel. She's seen it firsthand.
Okay, well, kibbutz.
The kibbutz and stuff like that. And she was a little bit blind to stuff. But has very much quickly caught up.
Yeah, I can imagine knocking around us lot.
Oh, if only I could tell you some of the things she tells me. It's very much a private conversation. Not in that respect.
You should get her on.
I'd love to if she was willing. Like, you know, Serena Brown. You know how good Serena Brown is on Twitter, right? Yeah. We had someone in on Sunday who said, please get Serena Brown on. And I'm like, I thought to myself, I don't think I've ever seen Serena on a stream. And Rags reached out to her in the week, bless her heart. And she said, look, my nerves wouldn't let me come on a live. I said, Rags, just send her a message to say, keep doing what you're doing then, darling, because you're doing fucking God's work.
It can be a little bit hectic. I must admit, it's taken me a while to sort of calm down on streams. But I mean, initially, the first ones I ever did with you, I was really nervous, you know. And as I relax, I can actually my brain starts working better. But because I've got that thing where if I want a word, I'll know it, and then all of a sudden I go back to sort of bring it out in the conversation, and it deliberately fucks off, and it goes, "Up yours, Buster." You know, I don't.
But listen, let me tell you something, right? So I've been off the weed for a couple of months now, right?
Yeah, you said, yeah.
My memory, my short, like the ability to reach for words has come right back. But then a week or so ago, I was struggling sleeping, so I asked my doctor for. They'll only give me because of my history. They'll only give me 7 at a time sleeping tablets because they've got a tendency to become dependent on. Yeah.
Are they opiate based then?
No. They're hypnotics, which means it makes your muscles that tell you to create the sleep hormones to kick in.
Okay, didn't know that.
All right, they're called Zopiclones. They give you a horrendous fucking, like you've been sucking on pennies the next day, like a metallic taste in your mouth.
Oh, I don't like that.
No, listen, it's
if it gets you to sleep, gets you through the night.
There's nothing worse than not sleeping for 2-3 days because then you can't think of anything. No, you know what I mean? You're a zombie, and it does give me at least a good 7-hour. I don't use them every night. I use them as and when. But I noticed since I used them again that my memory was a little bit fuzzy again. So there's such a link between what you ingest, whether you smoke, eat, fucking get on your fingers, and it goes through your skin, blood-brain barrier, whatever. That has all these.
It's like when you smoke nicotine after you've had a joint, or if I wasn't even aware of that for a long time. But
what, a head rush?
Yeah, you get more of a head rush than you can have.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Sometimes I don't have a roll up for 2-3 days. Right, I'll go out into Rags's little room before you come into his house. I'll have 3 drags, and I'm like, it's like I've had a fucking bang in the arm. I'm like,
here we go.
They're fucking sloping down the wall. What the fuck? Do you know what I mean? Fucking hell.
Yeah. No, everything has this is it. I mean, even coffee in the morning. I mean, you'll probably see that on the scrubs in the morning. I can write these. I mean, I look at them. Sometimes it's a diatribe of just conscious bullshit. And
is that when you've had 3 cups of coffee, no food?
Well, yeah. When I wake up in the morning, so if I only eat midday, and then it'll come all the way around, and I'll have the coffee in the morning, and it's that first one, and also boom, and I go on and I say hello to. I often, by the time I've had the coffee, everybody else has done their good mornings, and I'm like, I could throw a frog in, but fuck it, I want to get on with this. I'll get it out.
You're like, right, guys. Have you ever heard of the Levantine?
Some of them are it's just me. It's just the mood I'm in. That and I get it out, and God knows what everyone thinks of me. And then later on, I get to about sort of midday, 1 o'clock, and I'm thinking, oh, I'm going to go back and get rid of that. That was. I mean, it's too late. Everybody's already probably seen it. And probably thought, what's up with him in the mornings?
Minute you've posted it, mate, it's out there. It's in the world.
Yeah.
You sent that message to the universe. Yeah. What do you think about this thing I heard this week, right?
Cool.
Do you follow a guy called Jason Bermas?
No, not heard of him.
Right, so he did the film Loose Change, which was the first documentary I saw about 9/11 that really made me go, hang on a minute.
I've seen Loose Change, yeah.
Fucking indestructible terrorist passports. Really open, like, so from 2001 to 2005, I completely bought into the narrative that 19 fucking hijackers went berserk with fucking box cutters and managed to take down 3 buildings in New York with 2 planes, managed to do a 270-degree corkscrew fucking spiral into the Pentagon with no fucking debris, and then a plane just dissolved into nothing into a fucking field in Pennsylvania. And then that's how they got me.
And then Building 7 got upset and just fell down.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They took down 3 buildings with 2 planes. How the fuck do you manage that? Right? So, Jason Bermas, and I've been following him for years, and he is so throttled. This is probably why you haven't heard of him. Because he is so throttled, right? For the first time ever, in Arizona, they did a impact statement at the sentencing of someone who shot someone in a road rage incident. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
They did an impact statement. No, I'm gurning from this fucking caffeine in this bucky. I just noticed my jaw went like that.
Have you got Zolpidines or whatever they are to get you to sleep?
Fucking, I haven't had no sulfadines or zopiclones yet, mate. No, I've saved them for that. I was like, fucking. So they did a impact/witness statement, right, with AI.
Okay.
Guy who'd been dead 3 years, speaking from the grave about the impact that it's had on his life and his family's life.
Okay.
What kind of world are we walking into when that's going to become the norm?
Mate, don't even go there. I mean, that was another one of my little weird off trips last night. It was maybe not last night, night before, and I was going back looking at all of this stuff to do with AI, because a lot of them come up in my algorithm because I dared to look at something and then check something else out. I got all of these people, these sort of like futurist people, people who have worked with the AI, and they're sitting there and they're saying by 2027 this thing's going to be so so much in our lives that we aren't going to know what is real, what isn't real, and it is going to be literally, I mean, a bit like what Chris was saying, that they will eventually have to implement it to run governments, world governments and things like that, because it will come up with the best solutions. And I'm sitting there thinking, well, they've got to have an on-off switch for that, because they won't like a lot of the decisions that it starts to make, because it will tip the balances of the world. They was also saying about how these things can now be in earbuds that you can put in your ear, and it will check your brain waves, and you'll go to work. Your company will say, well, you put these earbuds in, or you put this head thing on. It checks your brain waves. Your brain waves are going through, and literally the AI is monitoring that all day long. If you dare think of the wrong thing, or they can almost pull images and get your passcodes and stuff like that already. And this is technology that's here now. They've got it here now. They were talking at Davos, and there's some bird there standing there in front of a load of Arab. It's always a bunch of Arabs sitting there, and they're all clapping because she's saying, we'll be able to control every one of your workers. You'll get the ultimate out of them, and they'll have a wearable on that they'll put on in the morning, take off a work, and where you can monitor them, and you can basically sack them. And then there's also put an electric shock system in it that can actually hurt your brain. You won't even feel it, but it will hurt your brain if you start having the wrong thoughts or not.
My feeling on that is, if you're wearing earbuds anyway, these are hardwired, these headphones. I refuse to wear anything but hardwired. Okay. You're already getting an RFI frequency between that bud and that bud, straight through your fucking brain.
If I put the Bluetooth one on, I can actually feel it as it gets closer into my ear. I can almost feel like a thing in my ear.
Maybe you're more sensitive to it.
Yeah, I think who was it? Charlie was saying that she's ever so sensitive to this electronic stuff.
Electromagnetism.
Yeah. I mean, there's enough of it around us, isn't there? I mean, if you've ever watched one of these sort of like,
listen? You know what I used to do? I used to be a high voltage electrical engineer. Have you ever stood underneath 415 kilowatt power lines? I felt that.
Feel it, the air around you. Yeah,
feel it. Yeah, that's why cattle don't go near it.
No. Well, they grow stuff that doesn't grow right around it, does it?
No, it grows all mutated.
What are we doing to ourselves? What are we doing to ourselves?
I don't know, but like, when you hear about the Great Reset and stuff, I believe there needs to be a Great Reset, but it needs to be in a certain direction. Yeah, it needs to go back more to nature than it does to fucking satellites.
I'm not looking forward
and radio frequencies.
I'm not looking forward to the way it's going. And as I say, once that AI kicks in, because I'm not going to be able to keep up with it. And
there'll be a point where you just tune out, mate. But I know elderly relatives that have already decided they've had enough. They don't want to know what this does now. They don't want to know how to cast their phone to a telly. They're not interested. They're like, right, I've got to a point. I'm up to here, but I'm cutting myself off now. I'm not interested. My granddad would have never been interested in any of this shit. My dad wouldn't have been interested in any of this shit. My granddad didn't live through COVID. God bless his heart.
No.
And he would have called it out for the bullshit it was as well.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just not looking forward to it. I just want to.
I've got a daughter who turns 18 in August. I've got skin in the game.
I know.
And it's hard because like she's addicted to the screens. But what do you tell them? Like, did you see the wonderful videos coming out of Spain and Portugal when the whole country was power cut? The whole country.
Yeah.
You know, people who still had batteries on their phone filming what was going on. People were connecting again. People were playing cards on the street, and there was a guy playing guitar to his girlfriend, and loads of kids just playing a pickup game of football on the beach, which was my childhood, which is it's 30 years ago.
Isn't it? I don't know how. I mean, we maybe we do need a big EMP blast or something, but the trouble is that would just kill a lot of people off. And the other thing is all the food systems, everything. I mean, the
water, food, everything is connected to energy, the energy sector.
I know.
Like, you know, dams. Look at these dams, like the dams that provide so much energy. They'd all be fucked. They'd all go offline.
Well, even the power stations, your nuclear power stations, they don't run on nuclear. Not the actual power that comes into them to run the.
Oh no, it basically boils water.
Yeah.
It's some spicy rocks that boil water all day long.
Spicy rocks.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm being a little bit flippant, but you know, that's all it is, isn't it? It's just a spicy element.
I couldn't build one. I must admit, I couldn't build one. I don't know. No,
I couldn't build one either. I wouldn't even know where to fucking start. I mean, I've watched Oppenheimer, and I don't know how much fucking Holly Jewrod's gone into that. But like when they build the bomb, and you've just got these wires just go, and you're like, "What the fuck?"
I get fucked up when I see a wiring loom come out of a fucking old motorbike. You know, I can't.
Exactly. Exactly. Stanley, who are they? I fucking, you know what I mean? A wiring loom from a stereo, and I'm like,
That's why you
now build a nuclear reactor, motherfucker.
That's why we do need our super spurgs. You know, that's the thing they do.
Oh, we do, yeah. We definitely need our Nikola Teslas and Elon Musk's, whatever the fuck they are. Again, human android. But yeah, I'm almost to the point. This hurts me to say this as well. It really does fucking hurt me to say this. I'm like, I don't care if my daughter wants to have children or not.
Okay.
If she doesn't, what the fuck is their future?
I don't know. But
they're going to be born in 4, 5, 6 years' time, and they're going to be 20 in fucking 2045.
Possibly another way of looking at it is maybe we shouldn't judge what we've known to what they've known. I mean, you're only born into this world, and you only know what you know.
You only know what you know. It was that great speech. Sorry. Let you finish.
We're lucky enough to have had a good differential and something to judge it against. These kids growing up, you know, what will they remember? I mean, they're born when the smartphones and these things have all come out.
Yeah, they won't even have what we've got as memories.
Their memories will be of, do you remember Angry Birds? You know, and
do you remember when TikTok came out?
Yeah, do you remember Roblox? And,
do you remember when the videos went to 30 seconds? Do you remember when we only had 30-second memories instead of 5?
And you know, they'll look back with nostalgia for that. And I mean, where are we going?
Oh, I just want to say a big hello to my mate Jeff, who's tuned in there. My mate Jeff from I used to work with down in Newry. Hello, brother. Good to see you, man. Good to see you, brother.
There you go. Was he with into the power thing with you as well?
No, but no, but he knows his shit, and I've definitely Jew-pilled that guy.
I've done a few guys like that.
Yeah, I've got a few under my belt now. I've got a few under my belt. Yeah. He was halfway there. He was halfway there, but now he's there.
They send me stuff now, and I go, "Oh, really? Oh, that's terrible."
Yeah.
But he reckons
no, but like, it's like, you know, like it was really important. Like my granddad, bless his heart, he died 2007, right? He had 9 kids, and 8 of his 9 kids had more than 2 babies each. There was only one of his children that didn't have any children. Yeah. And so there's my mum, who's the eldest, who had 2, and some had 3, some had 7, one even had 8. That's why I've got so many cousins on that side, right?
At least you've had them. At least you've had some.
At least I've had them, right? But
I find himself done that. So, and I know so many men that haven't. So many
I know. Jeff's the dad of 2 as well. My mate Jeff there in the chat's a dad of 2 as well. And it's like, how does he feel about his kids growing up and what the fuck they're growing up into?
You should have had 2.5. You need to get over that
2.5 children. Yeah. Well, what is it now? It's less than fucking 1 now.
Yeah.
When you talk about indigenous, by the way, if you're talking about Pakistani fucking spider babies, they have about 5 or 6. All dependent on the NHS, because they've got a fucking whole myriad of problems, including walking like a spider to not being able to fucking think properly.
Yeah, you know, that's the old cousin thing again, isn't it? So there you go. Shag your family.
Yeah, I get that, Toffee. I totally get that. TikTok has been a weapon for us, like 100%. But I do believe that the CCP are behind pushing those fucking narratives. Like in TikTok in China, you don't get fucking like baby mamas and fucking wannabe fucking artists and stuff being given a platform. It's all about education and engineering and fucking maths. Do you know what I mean? They don't get any of that shit.
I did enjoy TikTok for a little bit, but I'm banned from it now.
You're banned from it? Oh, no, the DCP don't know why you anymore.
No, I tried to get back on twice, and they know. They just know. And I know I've got VPNs and everything, and they just know it's me, and they tell me no.
Yeah. Well, listen. Yeah, look, I will always say to people, listen, use a VPN, right? Use a VPN. Me and Rags stream from a different country every week. Sometimes we're in Mexico, sometimes we're in Germany, sometimes we're in Outer Mongolia. Right? But I don't think at this point it makes a fucking blind bit of difference. No, I really don't. I think they're on top of all that shit.
Of course they are. VPN. I mean, look, VPN is just it's almost like, you know, you've shut your door and you've put the basic lock on. Okay.
Yeah. You've put all you've done is you've put the slide bolt on. You haven't gone.
No.
Put like 15 fucking stay locks onto the bulletproof fucking door.
Yeah. All it is when a burglar comes down the street, or when he comes down, he's gonna go at you. That one's easier. That one ain't got.
That one's easier. They haven't got their VPN or not a fucking break into that one. Yeah, 100%, mate, 100%. It just but futurism. Like the whole transhumanism stuff. Like, look, listen, you haven't even really given me a reply on what I said about this AI. It was a video of this guy played in court in front of the guy who was being sent to prison for his killing, which he should be, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But then this AI video is going. I was a big follower of Jesus, and Jesus was all about forgiveness. So, I forgive you, and you're like, this isn't this. What the fuck? This isn't what this guy's saying or thinking. You've just taken some fucking social media posts and made some bullshit narrative up. And in the end, he says, in the video, it goes, so. I want to thank everybody who came out to speak for me, and I want to thank the judge for taking the time out, because I know this second trial clashed with his
Why was it
daughter's
allowed?
screenplay.
Why was it allowed in court? Why?
I don't know why. I don't know why, but these are always the testers. These are always the right.
Yeah.
And he said, right at the end of it, he said, and I'm gonna go fishing now, so I'll see you guys on the other side. What the fuck?
No.
Like, you like, all right, that guy might have liked fishing and he might have liked Jesus, but do you really think he fucking wanted to die in a road rage incident with some Mexican fucking putting 3 fucking bullet holes in his chest? You really think that's what he'd say? He's like, I want you to fucking burn in hell, Manuel. You know what I mean? This is what I mean. It's softening shit up, because we're going into a world where criminality and breaking the law and being degenerate is seen as a virtue, rather than a sin or something bad.
We've got George Floydy boy and things like that. I mean,
well, listen, that's coming up soon, right? Derek Chauvin's got his right now. If there's any justice in the world, even a fucking scintilla of an iota, right? That guy's going free. He's going home to his wife. He's going home to his kids. Whatever he's got, he's going home to. I don't care if he's going home to his homosexual gay partner, but he's going home.
With a big load of cash, hopefully, to
with a big fucking load of cash going, this was complete bullshit. The guy died from a fentanyl overdose. We completely fucking plastered over the fact that he put a loaded weapon to a fucking pregnant woman's womb.
I think it will be a big litmus test to the present climate, and if he does, then I think the game's up. I think a lot of the, I mean, as I say, the only other thing that's really going to, if we can get rid of a lot of these problems with the immigration and these people that have basically helped to bring us down, and get rid of the left and really so. But then the only other thing we then got is the AI, and that's our next big fucking battle.
I think that is our next big battle. I really do think that's our next big battle. But the thing is, right? If you've been paying attention, AI doesn't give a fuck. AI at the moment is just going on the facts that it's fed from whatever. Right. So AI is at the moment inherently racist, because that's the way things are. Because if you look at the 13%, 52% statistic, right? Yeah. You can't hide that. Hang on a minute. It's like you remember when that guy asked those 3 black women. He said, he goes, right, you've got a fish, you've got a pond, and it's got 100 fish in. Okay, 13 of those fish in that pond are causing havoc for 50% of that fish.
And these were black.
3 black girls, he asked. Yeah, what do we do with the 13 fish? We kill them and we fucking eat them. So they're not even fucking self-aware at this point.
The logic is there. I don't think it necessarily would consider itself, as long as I think this is what Chris was saying the other day. Eventually, the logic will have to come through, and you won't be able to mask it, because it will. If you want AI to sort out the problems, it's going to have to address the problems, and we know what the problems are, don't we?
Yeah, we do know. Until the algorithms and whatever algorithms are coming next are queued up to play. Yeah. But as it stands, you can't hide from the fact that 13%, and that's just the adult population, right? Yeah, are causing problems for 52%. Of the problems I'm talking America. I'm being very Americanization here, right? Yeah. I'd love to have the stats break down for England. I'd love to. Well, again, this is where you bring Keir Starmer into it. They're like, how dare you release the fucking racial stats of who's in prison for what crimes? How dare you do that?
Yeah,
You're like, hang on. Why are Albanians and Somalians at the top of our fucking prison list?
Yeah, and Albanians
when they only represent this much of the population.
Yeah, and Albanians shouldn't even be in this country because they've got no right to be here because they haven't got any particular issue in their own country. They are purely here for economic reasons, aren't they? So
they're purely here to fucking deal cocaine and other hard and aka soft drugs,
we know what
prostitution and fucking money laundering. That's what they're here for. Let's give them a round of applause for that. Well done, Albanians. You fucking managed to pull the wool over our eyes for that. But now you can all fuck off.
I'm with you 100%.
You know, I don't even know how much of this I'm allowed to say. No, fuck it. I will say I was on a jury. We're going back 15 years now, right? I was on a jury. I don't have a criminal record in any way sense. Right? I got a fucking what do you call it? A warning or whatever. What do they used to call it? They used to call that when you were like fucking 15, 16 and you got done for something.
Well, they called you in and told you off. Oh, I can't remember what's it called.
I got one of them, right?
Yeah.
I got one of them when I was 16, right? It was England. England were playing in a match, right? When I was about 16, in some fucking competitive match, and I was a dickhead fucking. I had a George flag around my neck. Big God in my heart, keep me English, and all that, right? And we'd all been down to the local Texaco garage and we were all just stuffing our fucking pockets full of Ginsters, pasties and Pringles and fucking Maltesers, right? And the fucking, and a fight kicked off by the hotel, which was right by the garage, between my mate Mark, I won't give his surname away, and a guy called Josh, I won't give his surname away. And for some reason, when the blues and twos came, if I'd have stood still, nothing. For some reason, when the blues and twos came, I was like, shit, and I fucking ran. And the next thing you know, I was rugby tackled to the fucking ground, proper took out by some copper, thrown in the back of a Black Mariah, right? Got thrown in front of the duty sergeant, and they're emptying my pockets, and there's all fucking loose Quality Streets, penny toffees. Fucking desiccated coconut and that, where I'd been taking a bit from one, and you know what you do, you trade what you've been fucking robbing. But in my wallet there was literally a blim. I'm talking a blim of hashish, a blim, and a pack of fucking red Rizla. That had been ripped for the roach, right?
Standard.
Right. I'm 16 years and 9 months old. I'm 3 months away from not having my parents told. 3 months. Right? Who won, Mark or Josh? Big J Davis come to rescue the day for Mark. So, come on, England, score some fucking goals. There we go, Frothgar. That's for you, boy. This was the day of Alan Shearer and stuff. Fucking, that's how old I am. Fuck me. Yeah, so I'm in the fucking, I'm down the old Bill station, right? I'm down the old fucking old Bill station, and I'm having all my shit, and they threw me into a cell, right? And I was really compliant, right? I was like, yes, I know, sir, first time I've ever been nicked, right? And I'm sat in my cell. I'm lying on a cell on like a mattress, which is about fucking the width of a fucking digestive biscuit, right? Like a blue PVC like piss resistant mattress, right? And I can hear people in the other cells going boo, 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 on the fucking cell doors. There's obviously one guy who's planted himself down and he's just kicking the door. Boom, 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 right? This isn't me. This isn't what I wanted in life, right? They really put the frighteners up me, right?
I suppose it does the first time.
And they got my mum. They got my mum down. They got my mum down to the station about 4 a.m., right? About 2 hours after I've been lifted, right? My mum come in, and I'm being interviewed by a couple of policemen. And he said, where did you get the hashish from? Hashish. And I went, it was a black man.
Standard answer.
Yeah.
What did he look like?
What did he look like? He had a flat nose and big lips. Honestly, that was what we were told. That was what we were told to say.
You should have said he was wearing a loud shirt in a built-up area.
Yeah, he was fucking. I was fucking fighting in a built-up area. No, but honestly, my mum was like biting her fucking lip. I went, no, he had like, I think his name was Andrew. I said, I think his name was Andrew, and he had like a flat nose and big lip. And
nowadays you'd be more in trouble for describing him.
Yes, you'd have gone. You've absolutely just racially fucking. What would they say? What would be the weird fucking
racial stereotype?
Yeah, you've just racially stereotyped a drug dealer. How dare you? You're up before fucking Judge McKinley in the morning, you little white cunt.
2 years, bang him up.
Yeah, 3 years for being a little white cunt. That's what they'd say. No, but no, that long I was out that fucking morning, and I was like, oh fuck it, fine. And all my mates was interested the next day. What the fuck happened? I said, well, I told them what you told me to say. It was a fucking black man with a flat nose and big lip. It sounds like a Jim Davison joke at this point, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Chalky. And the black nose and big lips, he went booga 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 booga.
What about so did your mum actually know that you smoked dope at that point, or I'm presuming?
No, she didn't. But very soon after she knew. And Hrothgar makes a point, right? And listen, I've got my change my mind t-shirt on tonight. Alex Jones was right. Change my mind. You're right, Hrothgar. I've literally only been off the weed for 2 months since I was 13, 14, 15. I'm 40 fucking 4 in a month or 2. Yeah. And you're right. Dangerfield says it himself. It's the smell of fucking failure.
I had to pack it at 36 years old. That was it. I just had to, because it wasn't doing me any good. And I often wonder if I could have done a lot better at things if I had stopped.
Well, you wouldn't be saying words like betterer.
Yeah, exactly.
Or you often wondered if I'd have done a little bit better.
That's through being out in country here, mate. That's a statesman kicking in.
Fucking hell, go on, statesman. I'm on my last drop of fucking monk juice here.
Yeah, just like
monk and disorderly.
Like yeah.
But yeah, I'll never forget that. Fucking at the Texaco garage, being fucking rugby tackled by a fucking big ass white copper. You're nicked, son. You're nicked. You are going down. And then being in that cell and having like the toilet, which has got no toilet seat, bog roll.
Well, you had a toilet. You was quite lucky because
I was cultured enough to have a toilet.
You had the call. You had to get them down, and then they had to walk you down there with the cuffs on.
And I've heard about the old mucking out. I had friends who had to muck out. Piss in a bucket, shit in a bucket, and then fucking muck it out, like, you know.
No, they took me down to like a urinal, and there was a toilet there with a thing with he could stand. The copper could stand, I suppose, with the thing with a cup on, and you know.
Mate, at 15, what was I think I was 16 years and 7 months old, or 9 months old. I was only 3 months off from not having my parents involved. 17 was the cut-off point then. I don't know if it's changed, right?
Yeah, I think it was 7.
And I remember them taking me into a room, and they went, right, take trousers down, and your underpants, and bend your knees, and pull your cheeks apart.
We're going to have a little look up there.
Oh, we fucking got the old fucking 6D Maglite up there. Fucking which is a weapon nowadays, by the way. You're not even allowed to own one of them. I had nothing up there, but of course they wanted to look at little white boy's fucking ricker. You know what I mean?
Anyway.
Fucking.
Right. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to have to. How long have we been going?
We've been going for 3 hours, my boy.
Okay, hell, we haven't we? I'm going to have to call it quits because I'll finish that glass of whiskey and yeah, I just need to just chill out the last bit before I go to bed tonight.
Yeah, me too, my friend. Me too, my friend. What are you up to tomorrow? Anything?
I'm going up the butchers tomorrow. That'd be nice. I quite like it up the butchers. They're good lads up there. It's a abattoir and butchers, so you can have.
Yeah, look. I've still got a glass of drink to drink here. John Palmer wants to jump in as fucking.
Well, do you want me to jump off? I mean, I'll say hello to John, but do you want me to jump off?
Yeah, well, we'll see if he jumps on. Give him 5 minutes, right? Give him 5 minutes. Yeah. John. If he jumps on, he jumps on. If he doesn't, he doesn't.
Mr. Palmer.
Yeah.
Yeah. If not, I'll say good night to everyone as well.
I've been following John on the old X a lot more now because he did sort of say his thing the other day. So he's probably seen me and Rags because I went away.
He can't jump on anyway.
No, I was on X I've been on it a long while, but I mean I basically I got on there and I see a lot of his posts. He's a boy, isn't he?
Oh fuck me! Rags is always telling me how good John's doing on Twitter.
Oh yeah.
He went fucking hell. John's on it. Johnny Palmer's on it tonight. You say.
And now I see half the memes he's got on X. Because I think the memes go from X, then on to Telegram, and then I think they sort of filter out to the WhatsApps and everything else. But I think a lot of them get straight on X first of all. That's almost the viewing platform for things because I like to get like my memes. I like them to be fresh. You know, I don't like I haven't used a meme that's any more than about sort of 8 hours old.
Oh yeah, fucking hell, I'm getting a bit of a fucking bellyache here anyway.
Right. Okay. Well, we'll call it quits then, yeah. But so what are you doing next Thursday? Who's on next Thursday?
I've got no one lined up, mate. There's no rhyme nor reason to this stream at the moment.
Yeah.
And going forward, really, there's no rhyme nor fucking reason. Like I streamed last Wednesday, I didn't stream yesterday.
Yeah. Well, look, I look at it like this. Thursday used to be payday back in the day, years ago, when you still got your cash. You always used to be on a Thursday, and so what this reminds me a little bit of is just like it's Happy Thursday. So this can be
why not make it Happy Thursday? So 2 weeks today, your missus is coming on.
When's this? Not next week. Week or
2 weeks today, your missus is coming on, and she's gonna get me some spooky, spooky shit to talk about, witchcraft and folk. Did you ever see that video of that guy and like the woman goes to him, she goes to him, what drugs are you on tonight? And he goes, I'm on folklore. So yeah, any folklore and fucking shit like that, you know what I mean?
It does actually. She really does study it. So I mean, it's not just the witchcraft stuff. It's all the local area and stuff that's gone on. I mean, anything like that comes on the telly or whatever. She gets online. That's her little thing, isn't it? You know, everybody's got their little buzz. You know, I enjoy my racism and she enjoys her little things, you know.
Oh, look, Toffee said he might jump on next Thursday. He should be finished with this job and he's going to jump on and have a couple of Guinnesses. If you do that, Toffee, I'll get myself a dozen Guinnesses too, and we'll drink them one by one.
Is Toffee still doing them? Is he on the Samaritans again? Is he still doing the Samaritans thing?
Yeah, he's still doing the Samaritan line at the moment. Yeah. Do you know what? Who was it who said that joke? And he goes, I'm so into my fucking porn and like, just getting off. He goes, I'll ring the Samaritans and I say, tell me a dirty story or I'll fucking end it. Tell me a dirty story or I'll fucking hang myself.
Yeah, Yeah, you can't get them 0181 lines or whatever they used to be.
Fucking hell, do you remember the old fucking rags, do you? Fucking hell. Me and my mate Max, right? Fucking hell. He was the one I was meant to do the start of this the music stuff, the history of hardcore, but he's gone a bit fucking dark at the moment, right? He's gone a bit low key. And me and him used to ring up them fucking, you know, the porn lines where you could have loads of people on the line at the same time, and they're all like. Me and him used to play that, but we used to play like Gabba Techno down the phone. So these guys couldn't get their fucking jerk on. It's just like, is there some moonlighting old toothless dinner lady anyway going, oh, I love your cock between my tits. We're like, we used to call ourselves the cum busters. But fucking hell, I'll never forget the time his dad turned up at my house with a phone bill.
I was going to say that there was the phone bill. It wasn't cheap.
He went, I think you owe me half of this to my fucking mum, and she fucking went, oh, I know nothing about it, mate.
No, you used to get a bill coming from the Cayman Islands or something like that.
Yeah, this call terminates in Tuvalu.
Yeah. Now it'd be the Cayman Islands.
The fucking Cayman Islands, yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, you made me fucking mad out here. Listen, thank you for giving me 3 hours and 10 minutes of your fucking life, Mickey.
That's all right. It's been a wonderful walk down memory train and all that. So, yeah.
Memory train.
Yeah.
Listen, all the very fucking best to you, my boy.
That's all right. Well, you get on the phone to me during the week or whatever, and give us a shout if you're up for it again next week, and we're just
I certainly do. If Toffee's not up for it, maybe you will be on the Thursday.
Yeah, it's always good to have a base subject to sort of start off with. So we've done Egypt, so do Egypt and then fucking fly off from that and do everything else, and then
I don't know where we go from Egypt, but
space travel. I think space travel next week. And moon landings, we start there and see fuck off.
Yeah, well, listen, maybe if you're up for it, and if Toffee's up for it on the Thursday, maybe you'll be up for it on a Wednesday. I don't know.
Yeah. Or if he wants me to jump in, I don't.
And this is like new parlance, because a 3-way was never a thing when I was growing up.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, let's get into a 3-way. It'd be like.
No.
There's me and you and you. There's 3 guys here. There's 3 guys here. This isn't a 3-way.
The best is take an end each, isn't it?
There you go. Look, Toffee said do a 3-way, no homo, you, me, and Mouse. Yeah, we'll do that next week. Do that next Thursday then.
That'd be a laugh. All right, well, I'm up for next Thursday. We'll see how we go, yeah? 7 o'clock.
All right, no worries, my brother. Right, so let me just, there's only a few people in, but let me just promote it anyway. So this weekend we've got, fuck me, it's gone out of my head. Johnny Palmer. He's on a Sunday, as his very fucking vocal best. And we shall be having it each way to Sunday. And I guess I'll see all you guys then. And Billy, they were definitely toothless old fucking dinner ladies moonlighting. Fucking, oh, you want some of these big old titties in your face, boy? Be like that. Playing fucking Loft Groover down the fucking phone to them. You're like, you've never heard techno like this, my friend. Check your great. Oh look, Mincy No, he's here. Hey, Mincy No Cock.
Hello, sweetheart.
Hello, mate. Right, Mousecat, did you want to fucking bounce?
Yeah, I'll say. Anyway, nice to see you, John. But yeah. Minty.
Hello, sweetheart. You're all right.
Look at the picture.
I know. She's got all the pens, all the biros.
Has she got a biro in her hand? All the best, Mousecat. I'll see you next week, buddy.
All right, bro. Catch you soon.
See you later, mate.
See you later.
Mincy No Cock, it's been a while. How are you, my friend?
I'm all right, bruv. You all right, bruv?
Yeah, I'm all right, bruv. I'm all right, bruv.
Like to skin out on you because our Lord and Leader he string cucked you. So
I know. Listen. I didn't know he was going to stream because he doesn't do any fucking
he didn't know. He said it as well. He said, "Oh, I didn't know he was going to stream." Doesn't matter.
Listen. I don't think he knows I even stream yet. I think he knows. He does now. He knows the 7 o'clock Sunday rule, and he's absolutely fine with that.
Yeah.
But like I said earlier, I don't know if you were listening. We're his children. I'm his children. Rags is his children. You know, none of us streamed before him.
He said at the start because I said I laughed. I went just as he went on. I went, "You're stream cucking Jack." And you started going, oh, well, I went, look, don't worry about it, man. It doesn't matter. And he went, yeah. I mean, no, we've not got set times, and it's better.
Everyone's got set. Listen,
it's all different people on, and it doesn't matter, does it? The more of us on,
exactly. Listen, he has personally sent me a voicemail before, and this is a couple of years ago when me and Rag started streaming. He said, he goes, I don't know who's streaming at what time now. He goes, but I do know that you and Rags do 7 p.m. Sunday. He goes, I've got that in my diary now. He goes, I can't dance around all of you.
Exactly.
You know? He said, but I will give you the 7 o'clock Sunday stream. And I'm like, fine. Listen, this stream wasn't even going to be a thing till like fucking 2 o'clock this afternoon. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. It doesn't matter. So it's all good. It's all good.
Listen, I've got I've got less than 60 subscribers. If I've got a fifth of my fucking subscriber watching me, I'm doing better than most channels.
Mate, did Regs pass on to you all that what I sent him?
Yes, he did, mate, and I will get onto that, buddy. Yeah, it's all about the
pair of you need because I'd say it does it all for you, and you just got to say, think of a title, type it in, and it does it for you. You copy and paste it all.
Yeah.
You need to do as well is what Regs does and put up random videos all the time, every day, couple a day.
Yeah, he loves it, Rags, doesn't
he? Yeah, you need to because that builds the channel, builds up subscribers.
Yeah. So I don't even care if the people that are watching me are people that already know me anyway. I ain't doing this for any money, trust me.
No, but it's just
fucking money or notoriety.
No, it just makes it It just makes it worth. It makes it worth doing after a while. Yeah. The more people you got, the just makes it worth doing, doesn't it?
So it's probably been about a week since I've spoke to you. How have you been? How is your fucking lovely pussycats?
Everything's all right at the moment.
And Livy's good too, yeah?
Yeah, everything's all right at the moment.
Good. Yeah, so did you see that guy I shared with you? The what's he called? The guy who does the What's This Rave track. And he's up to like What's This Rave track 19 now, and it's literally he's playing clips from old rave tapes where no one's got a fucking clue what they are. Yeah. But the crowd are like, this is fucking Edge 4.
Yeah.
B-side, the double B-side. I think that's fucking brilliant.
That's what I mean. You can get away with playing clips.
Yeah.
But
do you know what?
There's no point doing that unless you've got an audience. That's what I'm.
But he's built an audience, hasn't he? That's the thing. He's built an
by
audience.
Doing that, by doing
20, 30K now, 20, 25K.
Yeah,
but I was interacting with him, and I said the first tune that took me over 20 years to identify, and I think I've told this to you already, was a white label, and it was DJ Biz, Trina, Gotta Be Tough. With the bagpipe. And the only fucking tape I ever heard that on was DJ Seduction going in from 92 to 93 New Year's Eve from Fantasia Little Coat House. And I had no one to tell me who the fuck that was before the internet came around. And I bet you had it on fucking White Label and all, didn't you?
Nah, I did a fuck.
Do you remember it though?
I've probably got it now.
Yeah, on MP3. That don't fucking count, boy.
Yeah, I don't know the name of.
If you don't own it on vinyl, having an MP3 is not like having it.
No, I'll make you right, but I mean, few hundred records too. I've got probably 100,000 tunes now.
Exactly. It's like what? When I was a kid, yeah. You had your, before you got into the rave and the dance and all that, you had your record collection, yeah? Right? My daughter now has every song that's ever been made available ever in the fucking palm of her hand. She doesn't need a collection. She's got fucking a Spotify family account. There's no, you don't own anything. It's the whole you don't own anything and you'll be happy. I'm happy. I've got every fucking record that's ever existed.
Yeah, but think, whereas we, in every generation before us, we had cultures, didn't we?
Yeah, countercultures.
Well, just music cultures and all. They all had music that everyone had to now.
Well, up until
like cultures, and every 2 weeks there's a new music fad. So
I would say that, right? I would say that started around the post World War II.
Yes.
When you finally had a teenager who wasn't just a carbon copy of his father, who didn't wear exactly the same shirt and fucking tie. You see the pictures from before World War II when you've got a family, a mum, a dad, a daughter and a son, and the daughter's dressed exactly like the fucking mum, and the son's dressed exactly like the dad.
That's beautiful, though. Beautiful.
It is beautiful. It is beautiful. But what I'm saying was there wasn't a counterculture, really, until the teen, like James Dean, the Rebel Without a Cause, and all that shit, you know, came along. Now we could argue till the fucking sun comes up whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. Whether we had our own movements or whether we should have just followed exactly in the fucking footsteps of our mothers and fathers. We could argue that till the morning, till the fucking cocks crow. But we wouldn't have had our experience without that. Mincy no cock.
Yeah.
You know?
For me, it certainly was a youth rebellion. I don't think. Yeah, it was. I don't know. It was definitely a culture, though. God's sake, especially in the jungle days, wearing our designer jeans, brand new.
Yeah. Did you ever have the Colcarnies?
What's a Colcarnie?
Colcarnie with the big 2 Ks on the back of your arse cheeks.
No,
and what about
my brother had all that crap.
Do you remember the jeans? You remember the black jeans that had the red back pockets?
Oh, they were horrible.
And the spliffy waistcoats.
Yeah, mate. No, when it comes to 94, 95, 96, I was going to jungle race. If I weren't wearing a T-shirt, I was wearing, and I used to love it as well. Remember Ralph Lauren shirts, like the red,
mate, I've
the
still
checkered
got
shirts, yeah.
I've still got Ralph Lauren shirts from when I was 14, 15. Now they don't fit me, but I've still got them, and they're in fucking perfect quality.
Down from down my way, one of the lorries from the docks went missing. And
yeah.
Suddenly these Ralph Lauren shirts, everyone had them. I had loads.
Everyone had them. Yeah.
So you go raving, you wear a nice, nice Ralph Lauren shirt, a nice Nike or something sweatshirt over the top with the.
Did you ever have a United Colours of Benetton?
No.
What about the Moschino, the big peace sign?
No.
You were raving in '92. No, you never had the 3/4 length Moschino shirt. No.
No.
No. Did you have the fucking face mask with a big A on it?
Fuck no. Oh dear. I think people that
a
only
fucking
were
boiler
raving,
suit, a paper boiler suit.
No, they were plastics, mate. Yeah, they were plastics. Mate, they weren't ravers. They were plastics.
Alternate.
Yeah, plastics.
I spoke to oh fuck, I forget his surname now. Mark. I spoke to him. I was in contact with him for a couple of years.
Oh, from Alternate.
Yeah, Mark Archer.
That's him.
Mark Archer. Yeah, he was a nice fella. He was a nice fella, to be fair.
He done a set for me. It's on my YouTube channel.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was a nice guy. He was a nice guy. At first, when he came on to the forum I was on, I was like, "You ain't no fucking Mark Archer from Alternate." I like totally.
What forum was that?
Ush, United States of Hardcore.
Ah, right. No, that one.
With a mushroom as the logo.
I know it, but I never really went on it.
Yeah, no, when he first come on and he was like, "Yeah, I'm Mark Archer from Alternate," and I was like, "Fuck you, you're Mark Archer from Alternate." I was really like, I wouldn't believe anyone from anything, you know what I mean? But no, as I got talking to him and I was like, yeah, you know your shit.
That's what forums like. The one I was on, I mean, Slipmat was on it, Billy Bunter and...
Billy Bunter!
Yeah, loads of the old producers. There was a load of producers on it as well.
Oh, Vibina. Remember Vibina?
Who's Ribena?
Vibina.
Who's Vibena?
Done a couple of releases on Universal Records, Slipmat's label.
Never heard of him.
Positive Energy Part 1, Part 2. No?
No. After my time, innit?
Probably, yeah. I mean, this was like 94. 94/95.
Yeah, I was a junglist, mate.
Hardcore junglist. Come with it. That was old. Who was that? That was sampled from a rave, wasn't it?
Don't know. Probably.
Yeah, that hardcore junglist. Come with it. Hardcore junglist. Come with it. That was what was his fucking name? Navigator. Sampled from a rave in 1991. I think the first tune that sampled it was out on what was that? Formation Records.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, Leicester boys, weren't they?
I don't know. I mean, when I originally used to go out, I used to follow the local pirate radio DJs around. Not none of these big DJs. I never used to toss back then. I used to follow them.
See, when I got into it, it was always like the first rave I went to was Helter Skelter. So you had 12 DJs and they were all fucking well known, you know? Even the warm up DJs were fucking well known. You know? Maybe you had a few up and comings in the fucking second room. But you know, if you only got 12 hours, if you've got 12 hours,
I used to go out wearing the T-shirt. I used to wear the T-shirts of the station as well. That's what I used.
What was the
station? Syndicate.
That's it, Syndicate. Yeah, it was an Essex radio station, right?
Yeah.
Because the only pirate I've ever played on, which went out over FM, was Cool, and that's all internet now. I don't even think they have an FM.
Cool's not. Cool's gone.
Cool's gone. What, Eastman?
Yeah, Eastman sold it last year. Was it last year?
Fucking hell, man.
Sold it to Eruption.
I met Eastman. He was all right. He was more into his ragga and reggae and that.
They've gone legal. Their internet, they've got like Eruption, their proper radio station, and they got another channel on the thing which is Cool.
With a K.
Yeah. They bought it and they.
Okay, well, yeah. See, I played on the Eruption website. This would have been early 2000s. I played.
Yeah, if you go on the Eruption website, it's you can have a look. I don't know. I mean,
I played an old school jungle set like 94, 95. It was all Origin Unknown and stuff like that. You know, like
What, on call?
Yeah. I played. Yeah, I went back to back with a geezer for an hour and a half.
Wicked. Did you record it?
Oh, it's out there somewhere, man. It's out there somewhere. Yeah. I've got. There's sets of me out there. I'll have to try and find them online for you and send them to you a little bit incognito.
Yeah,
like,
do that. Yeah, do that.
Yeah. But we had. Do you know who the MC was?
Where was the studio for that?
Studio for that was, fuck me, where did we get off? It was North London. We got off near the Seven Sisters. Then we had about a 20-minute walk, and it was in a fucking industrial estate next to a gym. You wouldn't have known it was fucking any other building.
Was there like a mechanics or something?
Yeah, it was all like garages, and there was a gym there.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, Uncle Doug's put a video out not long ago, and he showing this was the cool studio.
Right, so that's where I was. Yeah, right. But I was a bit of a fucking wreckhead at the time, mate, as well. So I was off my fucking tits as well. So, yeah. You know who the MC was? It was MC Russ Ranger. Was it Russ Ranger?
I don't know.
Some fucking guy with like dreads, like
what
fucking
year was this?
tarantula legs. This was like early fucking 2000s. MC Russ Ranger. Let me see if I can find it. That's it, Cowboy Russ Ranger.
Never heard of him.
Yeah, fucking hell. He had like fucking dreadlocks like tarantula legs. You know what I mean? Fucking horrible. But I was into all that at the time. You know what I mean? I was like, yeah, man. Yeah, champion sound on our word, champion sound. I think I probably played that as well, to be fair. Made by two white guys, by the way.
Most of it is.
Q Project. Yeah, most of it.
I didn't know you played on call. What was that for? Just it was
literally just like a one-off guest slot with my man Smokey, DJ Smokey and Brooklyn back to back, 90-minute old school jungle set. It was just a one-off thing. Like we got invited on. Like a guy had 3 hours. And it used to be him and his younger brother. But his younger brother couldn't make it one time. And he was like, yeah, come up and do half the show, you know.
Cover set.
Yeah, but it was...
sweet.
It was cool. Like listen, right? You got to remember fucking... it was early 2000s, right? I was no way fucking politically like I was now, right? And it was North London. And you go there, and I was 20, 22, 23. I was real fucking, you know, naive, young and shit with my bag of records and that. I was like, yeah, I'm playing jungle on a fucking pirate radio. This is cool as fuck. This is as big as it gets, you know?
Fuck yeah.
You know? So, no, I had a good time, man. I had a good time. And everyone was drinking that fucking, what do you call it? That? No, but what's that stuff they drink? The herbal drink.
Tea.
No, it's like you get it in like a little fucking bottle, like a little tonic bottle.
No idea.
It's like some Jamaican shit. I don't fucking know what it is. It's meant to give you a bit of a...
Is it under the table?
Oh, no, I wasn't under the table. No one was on anything harder than weed. You know what I mean?
I had some under the table when I was in... where was I? Weren't Jamaica?
What the fuck was that called, man? That shit. You used to be able to buy it from the fucking
Cowpole.
Cowpole, yeah. I was on Junior Disc Bro. For stripper Junior Disc Bro.
I was at one of the islands I was at, and it was about 4 o'clock in the morning. I was gutted anyway, and it was just an outside bar with a big black man with dreads.
Where were you at in the Caribbean?
Yeah, one of the islands. And I sat down and went, what's that bottle under there? And he went, it's under the table.
Under the table, man. You want some white fire?
Like, and I looked at it, and it was like a big, it looked like a big, you know, the big, like a potion bottle.
Yeah, like medicinal.
Yeah, like a great big potion bottle. And they were like, rocks and twigs and leaves and everything.
Yeah. This one get your fucking rhythm up.
Yeah. Oh, we give some of that then.
I can't remember what this shit was called. You used to be able to buy it like there was a couple of different ones.
I mean, it ain't got drugs in it, is it? Because
no, it's all botanical.
And he went, Norman. I went, all right. Then. It wouldn't have bothered me if it did. Would have made it worth drinking if it had.
Yeah.
But
they were never. To be fair, the Razclats, the Jungle Boys, they were never really into their well, they did like their crack, to be fair, but they never into like their speed or their pills.
No, weed and crack.
Weed and crack, yeah. Yeah, crack cocaine, man. Yeah, fucking hell. What was that? Fuck was that stuff called, man? See if I can find it by like looking up some real Jamaican fucking tonics.
Oh, did you see the other day?
Oh no, that's not it.
Did you see
there's one here called Wagwan.
Yeah. Wagwan.
Baba Roots. That was it. Baba Roots. Remember that one? Baba Roots.
No.
Fuck me. We were like, yeah, give us a couple of bottles of Baba Roots.
Did you see Keir Starmer's house got burnt down the other day?
Yeah, who was it? Was it a lefty that did it?
No, it's better than that. I'll give you one guess on it.
Tell me it was a Jew.
Who's Keir Starmer keep going on and giving money to?
Fuck me.
Oh, come on.
It keeps giving money to fucking everyone. It's not that easy.
In an unwinnable war.
What, the Israelis?
No, Ukraine.
It was Ukrainian.
21-year-old Ukrainian.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Have some of that. I heard him on the wireless. He definitely sounded qua. Well, if he looks like a qua, sounds like a qua, he's probably a qua. Like me and Mickey were on about him earlier, probably when you were on with Danger. I think his goose is cooked, mate. He can't win friends fucking anywhere. Whatever way he turns now. Like I've seen pictures on Twitter of him spliced with Oswald Mosley, and I'm like, what the fuck? How can you even compare these two cunts? Do you know what I mean? But let them eat themselves, because I tell you what, the right, we're just as bad as eating our fucking selves anyway.
Yeah, I'll make you right. Yeah, probably worse.
Probably worse. Even though one of our sayings is, the left always eat themselves. It's just it's a deflection technique, isn't it? No, we're the ones eating ourselves. When anyone ever gets any fucking like a foothold, they're like, nah, drag him down, find something from his past, find 100%. Out sometime that he said an Israeli was all right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. He's a Jew. You're Jewish.
He's a Jew lover.
Oh, mate. I know I say that in jest a lot, but bloody hell, when you see, but you're a Jew, I see it on Twitter all the time.
Fuck me. It's the most ridiculous argument as well. It really is.
They don't even know what they're saying.
This guy, for the past 15 years, has been calling out Zionism and Jewish supremacy, and just because now he's got a slight foothold and a bit of a following, you go, he's a Jew!
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. They're just, people are just retarded.
Absolutely. Yeah,
that's why
I don't think that's by accident either.
That's why I've never joined any parties or got involved.
No, I was speaking to Toffee about this on a private chat the other day. We're like, right, we might align ourselves slightly with people, but we certainly do not become a fucking full paid up member.
No, definitely.
Of this group. It ain't worth it. It's not worth the fucking shit you're gonna get. I mean, look at fucking like the break from PA to fucking Homoland, right? Who take on fucking Cat Boys as their fucking regional organisers, right? And then you've got that Alec Yerbury, the National Rebirth Party, who gets his graphics from fucking Microsoft 95. Do you know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck are we doing here, people? Surely we've got a bigger brain than this.
Don't. It's just retardness after retard.
Yeah, and Alec Yerbury literally thinks he's going to be the first unelected Prime Minister of England.
Is that the one that wears the
is that little army top and the little Hitler tash? Do you remember? Do you remember?
He's with he's got a kid with that.
He's with Mad Kate Fanning.
That's it. That's him.
And she is fucking.
She's boxer frogs, mate. She's totally gone. But the arguments I had with that sister, oh, mate.
You know what, right? About a year ago,
Danger was going on about how mad his exes were, right?
About a year ago, I had a fucking ding-dong with, not a ding-dong as such, but I had a little bit of a tete-a-tete with Chris Patriotic Talk, right? You know, the ginger brummy who's just a fucking pisshead, like just goes around Serbia, just fucking winding people up, right? Yeah. And he goes, "Do you want to debate her?" And I was like, "Well, yeah." And Toffee went, "Don't fucking get involved, mate.
Yeah.
Fucking just pull your fucking boots out. Like as much as you fucking might want to, just don't get involved." And I've taken that fucking advice from him, and it's paid off, because that lot have gone fucking so batshit. Like, did you see him? Did you see him the other week? They had a little like picnic table up in Birmingham trying to give out leaflets, and a load of troons came round them, about 30 troons, and they were backing up. They were like all fucking scared, packing their table up and everything. I'm like, oh my fuck. Do you know, if you can't even stand up to these fucking blokes in dresses, what fucking chance have you got?
Oh, I'm glad you take it. I'll tell you what, Toffee's proper got his head screwed on, mate.
Toffee's a lad.
Toffee's one of the good boys. Yeah, he's one of the good boys.
He's an OG. I fucking got so much time for Toffee. Like,
it's not just the fact that he's like a solid geezer. He knows.
He's got like this intuition.
He's not stupid. Toffee knows.
He's got an intuition.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't really know Toffee till a couple of years ago. Like, I know he's been around for a while, but we just didn't fucking cross streams, right? But since I've known him, like, I can talk to him. I don't need to be on Telegram or online. I've got a direct line to Toffee if I need it, yeah? I don't abuse it, and I don't use it if I don't need to, but I can get old. Like, you know, sometimes he would go missing. You'd be like, oh, fuck, I really need to ask Toffee something, or I want his opinion on this. And now
when he deletes his account for about the 50th time.
Yeah, well, I get that. I get that. I fucking get that. Do you know what I mean? And it's not even out of being fucking kicked off like me and you. It's just but yeah, he's OG, all right, man. Yeah, he's a good boy, Toffee. I fucking like him. Like and I know he's quite tight with Toller as well, who I think is a very, very solid geezer as well.
I've never been involved with him, but
with Toller.
Yeah, I've got nothing to say. Oh man, no bad words to say about him. Just never.
No, I think he's a good. He's a good. There's a lot of people I think are bad for our side who have a presence and have a voice, whereas Toller, like, he doesn't even have a YouTube channel. You know,
not anymore.
Yeah, not anymore. I mean, he probably could now.
Does he still stream though?
Yeah, he still streams. He does Odyssey and stuff. But he got doxed. He got doxed hard.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, because I was in a group with him and a lot of the PA top lot, and while all that was happening,
I've been in a group. You know, ever since fucking Kebab King Kenny split PA up.
Yeah.
With the vetting, the whole vetting process and all that, yeah?
Yeah. I
Well,
didn't know what any of that, why it happened, and I didn't care either.
Yeah. This is the thing. I'm not even going to explain it to you because I don't even think you give a shit. So
no, I don't.
Exactly. Well, that's a good perception to have about a friend, though, isn't it? It's like, I'm not going to explain something to you that I know you don't give a fucking half a shit about, you know? Whereas I will argue with you about the ramifications of whether Ram Records 4 was a good release or not.
What one was that? I don't even know what one of that was.
I just pulled it out the fuck my arsehole, mate. It might have been Night Flight, which was a great tune, by the way.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. It's one of my favourites.
Fucking brilliant tune, that, isn't it? Night Flight.
And the flip.
Man, if only these people knew. Was it Moving Fusion, Night Flight, or was it Origin Unknown? Origin Unknown, wasn't it?
Mm.
Moving Fusion, that was a great sign to their label, by the way. Moving Fusion, they were fucking brilliant. They were. So I believe that like Kenny was like third in charge. So you had Mark, Laura, and then Kenny. Yeah. And Kenny broke off and started Homoland and started hiring femboys and catboys and homosexuals and Israel lovers and all that, right? For sensible nationalism, whatever the fuck that means, right?
I just looking at what's Toffee talking about?
It's because we've just been talking about him and bigging him up so much. He's just I've been sorting the dogs out and heard that in the background. I came into the living room and fell to my knees and cried like Willem Dafoe in Platoon. I've just got that fucking trance tune in my head now, fucking Adagio for strings. Especially the Tiesto remix. So I believe that he came in and he wanted like either a more hardcore vetting process and shit like this and like but you've heard the stories, and I will say they're stories because I've got no evidence to back them up, right? But you've heard that Kenny Smith was the one who sold out the British National Party fucking membership.
Oh yeah,
stuff like that. Yeah. I mean, is that common knowledge?
Yeah. It's
right. So why would you trust him in any way, shape, or form after that?
That's what everyone was saying when Mark brought him in. What are you bringing him in for? It was you and him that was kicking off in the BNP. What are you bringing him in for? Why are you bringing him? It's going to lead to trouble. Everyone said it. Everyone.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah. You're right. Yeah. So anyway, so you got then you got your breakaway groups, and I believe that Alec Yerbury, fucking power to the people, fucking Citizen Smith out there, fucking. I've made your sandwiches, Foxy. Oh, mad Kate Fanning. I've made your sandwiches, Alec. Fucking pack up your picnic table when the tranny army's in town.
Oh, don't.
Hello, Kate, my lovely. Good to see you. Yeah, you're not bad. You're not bad. But it's just not even extreme right, just even right wing is just it's a farce. It's a farce.
Yeah, I mean that's why I still keep myself to myself because you can't trust anyone.
No, I think you're best off just having pals like I'm with you, like I'm with Toffee.
We know our little lifeboat crew.
Yeah,
I think we're all quite solid. But
we don't need to gang up and start a fucking, you know what I mean? Start some sort of gang war with someone, you know what I mean?
No.
We know what's what. We know how we're being played. We know who's playing us. We know who the fucking infiltrators are. But this is something I asked Mickey Mousecat earlier. So David Clues from Unity News Network. He's like got more based. If you follow him, he's got more based over the years. Like 4 or 5 years ago, we didn't mention Israel. Now it's every other post, right?
Mm.
Now his new idea is to gain soft power by infiltrating Reform. and making them the party we want them to be rather than the party they want to be. What do you think about that?
That's what they want to do. Maybe it'll work. It can't. I mean, can't do no harm, can it? As I keep saying, I've been saying for years, and I know a lot of other people have as well. We're not fighting a one-front war. We're fighting a multi-front war. We should be fighting multi-battles with multi-enemies, because that's how the left originally got power.
Yeah,
they did. You know, this. It's not just a one-front war or a two-front war. The enemies surrounded us. We've got to be fighting loads with every little tool we've got. Not politically. Oh, we need a party. Well, when are you going to get a party? When are we going to get a party? Well, what are you going to do with a party then? What,
three party
for them? 3 of you. What are you going to do?
I believe it was a black man who said, he goes, why would I even want to fucking join a party that hasn't even got a DJ?
yeah, there's that as well. But I mean, that's why I still support PA, because they've got the right idea. I think community can't do nothing.
I mean, fuck, I don't know how to fucking make him a mod. Trying to fucking make Steve Cray a mod here. How do you make someone a mod?
I don't know.
I don't even know how I made fucking Toffee a mod.
Rags can do it, but you can't.
Well, I made Toffee a mod. Yeah, Rags can do it, even with his fucking brain hemorrhage. No, I'm not even selling him short there. He's had 2 of the cunts. Oh, I'll sort it out someday. Fuck knows, it don't matter. Right, give me another 10 minutes, John, and then I'll let you loose, all right?
Who's John?
Sorry, Mincy. I don't know who the fuck John is. Never. In fact, I don't even think I've ever known anyone called John. I don't even know where that fucking word came from. Sorry, I'm in Ireland. Sean. How are you doing, Sean? Just press his name and it'll give you the option. No, I'm right clicking, I'm left clicking. It says show hide. No, I remember doing it for you, Toffee. You fucking Toffee man, yeah. No, he's just giving me the back foot. Oh, fuck it. Don't matter for right. Don't matter now. Right, yeah. It is JP, Sean Paul.
Are you trying to do it in StreamYard, or are you doing it?
Yeah. What I meant to do it in fucking maybe that's how I do it. In fucking that's how I do it, innit? In fucking as a moderator.
I've never even done it, and I know how to do it.
Right, do you want me to make you one as well? You fucking weirdo.
Can do.
Yeah, you couldn't give a monkeys, could you?
I'll have it.
There you go.
Please.
Have a fucking wrench, boy.
Lovely.
There we go. All done.
Lovely.
Not that you need to moderate much. Fucking hell. If I get any haters on here, I will actually invite them on. That's the thing, isn't it? When you watch a lot of streams from people on our side, it's just usually 2 or 3
I don't.
guys. You don't? Oh, fair play.
Are you talking?
Yeah, well,
oh my God, everything's gone quiet.
Can you not hear me? What are you doing, boy? What have I done? Well, I muted you.
It was me. It was me.
It was you, right? Yeah. So what I'm saying is, right. So, like, usually when you see a stream from our side, it's usually 2 or 3 blokes all agreeing with each other. They're like, oh, yeah, great. but you don't really hear any like debate or like arguments or point counterpoint kind of thing. You know what I mean? I would absolutely love. It's never going to happen, but I would love for some cunt to come up in my chat here and go, "No, I don't agree with what you're saying. Have me on. I'll debate you." It's never going to happen, though, is it?
I always like to play devil's advocate, whether I agree with it or not. So if that's what you want, think of something and I'll argue about it with you. Because I'm a bastard like that.
Yeah, I know you are, but that's why I fucking love you. Yeah, did you notice our mate, our mutual friend that sort of...
Hello, Steve.
Did you notice that our mutual friend that connected me and you is back after his row across the Atlantic, and he's doing a load of live streams again?
Yeah, I've been checking in on him.
I had his number, and me and him were chatting, and then I fucking lost the phone. And when I turned on my new phone and it brought my contacts across, it never brought him across. And I've been like sending him messages in caps because I want to get him on. I want to talk to him about his row across the Atlantic. That must have been some fucking slog, man.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. That would.
You know what I mean? But he fucking won't get back to me, or he's not seeing it, or I'm being fucking throttled.
Why are you emailing it? Why are you emailing?
Yeah, I will. Do you know what? Tomorrow I'll get on that. And
lately, I think because lately as well, the last few times I've gone in his chat, he used to always like say, comment. "Oh, all right," but he's not really seen me. So I think he's just with. Because it gets quite busy in there, doesn't it? And he's got loads.
That would be a good chat, though, wouldn't it, for an hour? Fuck me, can you imagine?
Gotcha.
Fucking hell. What's it, 3,500 miles?
I don't know. I see a couple of his vids when he put them out while he was doing it.
And the geezer he was rowing with had half a head. Did you know that?
Yeah.
He wore like one of them rugby caps because half his fucking head was missing from a fucking IED.
Yeah.
Can you imagine shit going wrong halfway through that?
Mate, I've made that trip in ships, and I would not want to row that with no support. Honestly,
no support boat, and the guy you're with's got half a head.
Yeah. What do you do if something goes wrong? I mean,
what do you do if he just suddenly has a fucking some sort of fit and you're on your own?
That's a bloke with a death wish and a bloke that.
Oh, he's got a death wish for sure. I mean, listen, like Chris Thrall is one of those YouTubers. I actually believe his stories. Like, you know, when he was off his head on meth in Hong Kong. Fucking tiger crawling across electric wires. From the 33K tryouts and that. You know what I mean? I believe him because he puts you there. And you feel his anxiety. Your fucking heart starts racing.
Yeah, and I'm not Chris. I don't think Chris has got a death wish because I think he loves life and he loves his little boy. But,
I mean the only thing that I will push back on with Mr. Thrall, and he will argue the toss with me, is all the frequency vibrational shit that he talks about. You know, you're here, and your chakras here, and you're there, all that stuff. I'm not into all that. But if that's his thing, if that's what gets him through the fucking day, you know, he's been a junkie. You know, he was fucking banging, he was spiking up a couple of 3 grams.
Why aren't you into it?
Well, are you into it?
No. Why aren't you? What do you think's wrong with it?
I just don't believe in it, mate. I just think there's I do believe in frequency and vibration, but I don't think it really has a lot to do with how our destiny's paved and pathed. I definitely believe there's a lot to be learned about it all.
You believe in destiny? You believe in destiny?
No, I don't believe in destiny. I believe in free will. I don't believe that my creator already has my birth, life, and death already planned out. I think it could be a random fucking. I could get knocked down by a bus tomorrow.
Do you believe in an afterlife?
Yes, I do.
Right, so you believe in an afterlife, but you don't believe in the
No, I'll get there when I get there. It's not.
No,
It's not
but you
planned.
don't.
It's
Yeah,
not
you
like
believe
you're
in
going to be
that.
born on this day and you're going to die on this day.
You believe in that, but you don't believe that inside you is different, like what they call chakras. It's like different energy points.
No, not what they say. Like your base like desires come from down, and then your little more higher energies comes from up here and stuff. No, I do believe we're literally walking, talking, fucking biological.
You've not watched any of Robert Sepper's videos, have you?
Yeah, of course I fucking have.
You said you've watched them. You've not watched any of them.
Of course I fucking have. You've sent me half of them, you bastard.
He's got loads of them about it. Loads of them. And it goes into it. That's
well,
what
so you think
that's
that
what
then?
Jesus
no, I'm
was
more
talking
interested
about.
Listen.
Jesus weren't talking about the Jewish God because he wasn't a Jew. This is what he was talking about. Know thyself and all that. And Mary was, if not his wife, his partner, because that's how they,
all right, okay, yeah, but if you want to start talking about that shit, right? Yeah. Look at the what they claim to be our biggest enemies and rivals are, right? Yeah, is the Muslims, the Islamic world, right? They know that Jesus was a prophet, and they write about him gladly and kindly in their book. And Mother Mary is a fucking miracle in the Quran. But look at the Torah. Yeah? Mother Mary's a whore.
I don't see them as our enemies in any way. Bless you.
Thank you.
Who was that? Was that Livy?
Yeah.
Bless you, Livy.
I don't see them as our enemies in any way. I think they're being used as a weapon, but I don't think
absolutely they're being used as a weapon.
I don't think they're our enemies. I do
believe they have a place in the world.
I don't think they're our allies.
No.
I think they're our enemies.
No.
I think,
but it's quite interesting though. Like, so you believe? I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. You understand the words that's coming out of my mouth? I'm not trying to put.
You ain't putting nothing in my mouth, son.
Not even this little pill with a dove on it.
Oh, that dude. God.
Yeah, take me back to 89, man. But so you're into like the chakra energies and that. I don't
know. That's my whole thing. I don't know, but I'm interested. I don't know. I don't know if God exists. I don't know if heaven.
Do you believe in an afterlife?
Yeah, I do.
You think that you'll see the people that you love the most
again? I don't know, and I don't believe in like an afterlife. I'm at the stage at the moment where I believe the soul exists, and I believe the soul must be some sort of energy, and I think that goes out.
And you know from Tesla and people like that energy cannot be created or destroyed; it can only change form.
Yeah, that sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's where I'm at. You know, like, you know, if you're buried, for example, yeah, right. Eventually, the wood breaks down, and you become food for
fertilizer. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the birds will eat the worms, and then something will eat the birds, and your energy, your atoms, and your energy is just being dispersed differently across the world, right?
The physical, but
the physical and the metaphysical, right?
Like we apparently have a.
Did you ever have to do a burial at sea?
Yeah.
You did a burial at sea. You had someone who died at sea. Yeah.
No, not someone died at sea, but we done burials at sea.
Right. So my dad was on merchant ships where elderly people passed, and because of the time it was going to take to get to the next port, they had to be wrapped in a fucking cell.
Yeah, we had people. We did have. I can think of a couple of people did die on the ship.
And the last when they sew up that cell
through the nose.
Yes, the last piercing has to be through the septum.
Yeah.
Because if there's fucking any life in you, you're gonna fucking kick if you get a fucking great big fucking needle through your septum, right?
Yes, that's been
a naval tradition for hundreds of years.
Yes. So
and my dad, and it wasn't sailors, it wasn't accidents. These were passengers on merchant ships.
Bloody hell.
Yeah. This was the late 50s, early 60s. My first dad's ship was a steamer.
Bloody hell.
Yeah. I think it was called the Durban. Let me see if I can find it. Picture of it. Yeah. Now you've only ever been on what, diesel powered?
Yeah.
It wouldn't have been the USS Durban, would it? It wouldn't have been the HMS either, would it? That's military, isn't it? What are they called HMS when a light cruiser? No, that's Royal Navy. HMS. It was. Let me see if I can find Durban merchant. Merchant Navy. Now, did you have any? No, that's all. What was it fucking called then? That's all Royal Navy. Did you have any family that was ever in the merchant?
Yeah, my granddad. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So this was fucking my old man. Like all he wanted to do. Like he grew up on the River Thames. My old man, born in Greenwich. You know, the River Thames was.
My granddad was the youngest skipper on the Thames.
Oh, really? That's interesting. Yeah. So, like, this was the days when you had, like, grain and whatever in, like, 25 fucking
everything.
Pounds, whatever. And they'd be thrown off the side of the ship. You had to catch each one on your back. Every time. That fucking jolt on your spine. You know what I mean? And then fucking slog it onto a pallet or whatever, you know. You had what they called the lighterman. Lighterman?
I think so. My granddad, you know, on the Thames, the sails with the red sails. Remember, them ships Thames used to be full of them. Ships with they were like sail ships, but they had big red sails. He captained one of them.
A lighterman standing on the bow of a lighter. Let me share this. It comes up. Yeah, allow all fucking cookies. I love a fucking cookie, mate. Bet you like a cookie and all, don't you?
Cookies.
That's a lighterman. Used to pull the ships up.
Yeah.
Pull the ships up the shore. Yeah. A job that doesn't really exist anymore, you know.
Unfortunately.
Is that St. Paul's in the background?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can fucking know that. You know that got like damaged in World War II, didn't it? Fire. Put out by the firemen.
The upset my missus a lot as well. That the London skyline used to be St. Paul's and Big Ben and all that, and now
it's disgusting. A fucking cheese grater,
fairy wheel, and a big spike.
The cheese grater and the fucking gherkin and all that fucking modern shit.
And that thing that looks like someone pinched it in the middle of it.
Fucking disgusting. just made to fucking depress you.
Yeah.
Just made to like push down on you and go, know your fucking place, Goyim.
Yeah. Yeah. And why are they putting fairy wheels up everywhere?
Ferris wheels, yeah? Like, do you remember when the fun fair came to town and the Ferris wheel was a big thing? The big wheel was a big thing. And now it's like, you go to every fucking city. There's one in Bristol. There's one in Bournemouth. There's one in fucking London. Wow, another fucking
all
Ferris
around
wheel.
Europe as well.
Yeah,
In Europe as well. Why?
I was talking,
What's the symbolic thing of a big Ferris wheel?
I don't know, but there must be something to do with it. But John, let me ask you this: like, do you sometimes feel that you're an old soul trapped in a modern world?
I do now.
Yeah, but I mean, like, how long have you been feeling that? Because I've been feeling that since my fucking early teens. You know, I started to see like my old town centre, which was a fucking horrible, like Soviet block, fucking concrete shithole, right?
See, I didn't know anyone, civilians felt, because I used to feel like that in the Navy.
Imposter. I feel like an imposter.
Yeah.
I know Toffee talked about it the other day. Sometimes at his job, he feels like an imposter. There's a thing called imposter syndrome where you think,
I've always had
I
imposter
don't
syndrome.
deserve to be in the situation I'm in.
I had that in the Navy. Yeah, I've always had it. Always had it.
Even though you did everything to pass the tests and you passed every fucking thing they wanted you to do.
Yeah,
I've had it myself.
I was good at my job as well. I was good at it.
What? Have you ever exposed what you were in the Navy? If you haven't, it doesn't matter. But if you have, could you tell me?
What do you mean? What I was?
What was your position?
What?
You don't have to tell. You don't have to
what
say.
What did I do? Do you mean? What
were you? Were you a gunner? Were you a fucking?
That was one of my jobs. Yeah.
You were a gunner.
A gunner. I was a radar.
You've got to have some fucking brain cells for that, right? But then you like well, listen, when I was in the high voltage electricity game, right? When I got moved up to field engineer, yeah, and I was running sites, right? I was like, I shouldn't be here. I felt like I didn't deserve this position.
I'll tell you what my thing has always been. I believe that you should never get promoted into a job until you know it backwards. So you can do it in your sleep until you know every single thing about it backwards and everyone around you's job.
Yeah. So the people. So your subordinates, you can do everything they can do twice as good.
Yeah, and I could do my job in my sleep. No matter what happened, I knew what to do and how to handle it. I didn't know, and I don't think you should have. This is how I felt. I don't think I should have been promoted until I knew everything about that job I'd been promoted into. Everything about every aspect of that as well.
Yeah. I do think people are rushed now. Like listen, I'll give you a situation.
Every aspect of life, yeah.
I'll give you a situation, right? This was after I'd come out of the electrical game. Only after a year, right? And the guy it happened to, I knew really well as a young lad coming up through the ranks, right? Yeah. As a what do you call him? What's the word I'm looking for? Apprentice, right?
Yeah.
And he was doing really well, and he was learning at a steady pace. Then all of a sudden, they fucking pushed him up to what the position I was in before I left, right? As a field engineer, right? Where you're running jobs, where you've got to be not just capable of what you're doing, you've got to make sure you've got your eyes and ears on everything that's fucking going on outside as well, right? Anyway, he was working in Chippenham. You know Chippenham down in I got fucking what's the county it's in? Not Somerset. What's the other? Wiltshire. Right? And they put him on this job where he had a linesman, and he had 2 apprentices working for him, right? So really, he was the only one there with any experience, and he'd only been in the game for 2.5 years, right? Anyway, young man, got married, had a couple of kids, young, right? He was only in his early 20s. They went and had lunch. During lunch, he got on the phone to his wife. And he had a big tear up with her. Right? Ed wasn't in the game. Ed wasn't in the game. Went back out onto site after lunch. He's climbed up the wrong structure. And he's done exactly what I've done before, where you get yourself to the top of a structure and you just lean across just to get yourself a balance, right? And because he was up the wrong structure, he's leant out and he's touched a 33,500 volt conductor.
Bloody hell.
It's like stepping on an IED. The only reason that guy's alive today, not because of the two apprentices are there who went to shit and just fucking buckled, was because of the linesman was an ex-Marine. And he'd seen this shit in Afghanistan. I saw pictures. I was privy to the pictures of his PPE after what had happened. His hard hat was a tiny little fucking lump of white plastic, like a little fucking Oy vey hat, right? Yeah. And pretty much none of his fucking boiler suit, which was meant to be flame retardant, existed. It was gone. It, like, the first weekend, his kidneys failed and he had to be put on dialysis and he had to have his spleen removed. And the last time I spoke to him, which was about, we are talking about 5-6 years ago now, the guy can't even push the button down on the toaster because of PTSD.
Now.
Yeah. So that's what he'll do to you. And that's something you can't see, smell, hear, taste. Electricity is a fucking
electricity. Yeah, electricity.
Force to be fucking reckoned with.
Yeah.
And how it's made is just literally by something moving. It's by friction or kinetic energy or, you know, hydro, whatever. It only has to be something moving to create a current, and then you get your fucking magnets and your coils.
Yeah, yeah.
Where you fucking go.
When I've done my professional training, I had to do all that.
Yeah, well, so my brother was in the Navy, and even though he only was a chef, he still had to do all the fucking training you had to do in the deep water, blah, 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 and the fire training.
Yeah, all the general training, yeah.
And when they're in that fucking tank and the fucking holes start appearing and you got to get your wooden wedges.
Yeah.
And all that shit, right? And the guy was like, I just want to cook bacon and eggs for people. You know what I mean? Poor fucker. And then that was my youngest brother. And then my eldest brother was from the age of fucking 10, 11, was like reading fucking, what was that fucking big magazine that come out of America? Nah, about the fucking America, the army and navy and stuff. So by the time my biggest brother was 15, he was already in the army cadets, and he went straight from school straight to the army. There was no skip, no job, nothing. And he went in as a grunt at Aldershot, yeah, infantry, whatever you want to call it, and then he became a para. He was one para, maroon berets. The old
your brother,
my biggest brother.
Bloody hell.
He's what is he? If I'm 43, he's 63. He's 20 years older than me.
Oh, bloody hell.
Oh, my old man didn't have me till he was fucking 39, boy. And my youngest brother, he didn't have till he was 42. Now I'm 43, and I've got an 18-year-old daughter. And I can't imagine having a fucking baba fucking running around. Two babbas. Me and him. I couldn't imagine it. So fucking fair play to him. 6 kids my dad had. And, the youngest and the eldest both went military, where the rest of us all just took drugs and fucked it off.
And I've done both.
Fair fucking play to you, mate. Fair play to you. Right, listen, I'm going to let you go, boy. Fucking hell, I've had you long enough.
Yeah, bloody hell, 11:30. Oh, dear.
Yeah. Now, I asked you for something in the week, and you were like, fuck you, just talk to me on here. But the reason I wanted to talk to you is so we can talk in real time rather than over fucking voicemail.
All right. I'll sort it out tomorrow.
Right, sort it out, all right? Because I want to get a plan together and I want to get this fucking channel growing with the music rather than just fucking bullshit.
All right, sort that tomorrow, son.
It wasn't because I want to fucking dox you to fucking Pink magazine or whatever.
All right, sort that tomorrow, son.
But listen, like I said, Jay, if you want to call me off a private number, that's fucking fine by me, all right?
Oh, shut up, faggot.
All right. Fuck me. Listen, Franco, sort it out tomorrow, and me and you will have a chat and get this fucking thing off the ground. All right.
All right. So I'll talk to you later. I'm out of here.
Right. All the best, boy. Take care.
And you. Bye.
Bye. Right. Thank you for everyone who's listened for fucking 4 hours and 18 minutes. If you've listened, thank you, Toffee, for fucking doing the old mudding. I will be back with Rago on Sunday with fucking John Palmer, my latest fucking protege, my latest fucking modelling clay. Right, take care, boys. Love ya.